This is a very public message to YouTube containing this video that we are making called The Crack Appears, the Junior Illuminati. Now, here is the message for YouTube. And I want YouTube to listen very, very carefully. All those who work at YouTube, all those who work at YouTube reviewing videos and putting videos down or bringing it down for any reason at all as told to you by the elite. Here is the message. Listen very carefully, because I, as the narrator of these videos, I have a very personal vendetta with YouTube because they bring all our videos down, which are not telling lies, but the truth and nothing but the truth. Listen very carefully. This video, every part of it called The Crack Appears, must be up on YouTube at all times and cannot be brought down except it is brought down by us. If any of the parts of this video called The Crack Appears goes down from YouTube, I want the workers at YouTube, those who work at YouTube, from the president down to the smallest person who looks at the videos and puts any type of censorship on the video or brings the video down for any reason, then adds a strike to our YouTube account called Tricks of the Astray. I want you to understand this. If at any point in time, any or part of this video called The Crack Appears goes down by YouTube for any reason, the names of those responsible who work at YouTube, from their president to the person who reviews the videos and puts the censorship on it, the names and addresses of where they live, of their children, their wife, their spouses will come up as a text message in 2 years in the vicinity where the person who is responsible for bringing down our videos and censoring our videos and helping the elites, the faces which we have shown, to cause more problem for the black community. The names of those workers at YouTube who are responsible for bringing down this video or parts of it in any way, shape, or form. And this video is called The Crack Appears. If it comes down, your names, your faces, and addresses will come up as a text message in 2 years when the revolution of blacks start, and you will be terminated for causing the suffering, the untold hardship, and the killing of a gazillion of black people all over the world because you censor the truth. You are haters of humanity, YouTube, for censoring the truth and allowing this onslaught caused by the elite to continue. So this is the message for YouTube from the priesthood, and you better listen and make sure that this video called The Crack Appears stays up.
You know where I'm from. When black folks started revolutions, they never had the firepower or the resources to fight their oppressors. You know that ends today. We got spies embedded in every nation on Earth, already in place. I know how colonizers think, so we're gonna use their own strategy against them. We're gonna send vibranium weapons out to our war dogs. They'll arm oppressed people all over the world so they can finally rise up and kill those in power and their children and anyone else who takes their side.
It's time they know the truth about us. We're warriors. The world's gonna start over, and this time we're on top.
Yo meta ni malo, no meta ni mate, se, kana minimalo. Ish, voy a go down low, Sherry va se para ya. Can you come this up? Can you come? I want to know. Say you never love, say you never love another baby. Can you come this up? Can you come? I want to know. Say you never love, say you never love. Araduko, imagine paradaya. Araduko,
So since we're on the subject of Nigeria, bearing in mind that we told you a story that in the 1400s to the 1600s, that the kings of Europe and Asia per se, when they were lacking resources and were doing a lot of business with the African kings, they thought it just better, let's just move into Africa because there's so much resources and just do the deals directly. And that's exactly what they did. And because of the infighting that they had between the European kings and the African kings, which led to so many civil wars in respect of trying to control the resources of Africa, which led to a lot of the breaking up of Africa among these kings in what they call colonization. And trying to make peace, they decided to create the country of America per se, so that they could do their crossbreeding, because all peace by kings are done through marriages. It's as simple as that. Go read through all your history. All peace treaties between kings of old has always been done through marriages, which is crossbreeding. So the person you're looking at right now is called Mike Adenoga. He's popularly known as the owner of Globalcom. He's of the Ijebu Yoruba extraction, as well as of the Oyo Yoruba extraction, because remember we told you that there are 3 separate Yoruba clans or tribes which are not related. The only reason why they say they are related is because they speak what is called a mutually intelligible language of Yoruba. What does that mean? That means across these 3 extraction of people who speak a mutually intelligible language, they can speak certain words and phrases which make the language to look like it's the same language. That means they can cross communicate, but they have no relation. They just speak that language because why? You get to find out in the shape of a world. But all you need to know right now is that this man called Mike Adenoga, he's a first-class chief of the Ijebu Yoruba extraction and of the Oyo Yoruba extraction. He is also considered to be the second richest man in Africa, behind the man called Aliko Dangote, which we showed you earlier. So this man called Mike Adenoga comes from a long line. The trail on this long line is ridiculous. You will not even believe it. He comes from a long line of kings, descendants of kings, and is the face of the house of those kings for this house of kings. For those who want to know, they will know. So before we go any further, we want to make you understand one thing very clearly, because we've said this repeatedly, but people don't get it. The job of a king is nothing more to make sure that he breeds children into every area and aspect of influence, so the king can always have control over society. We already told you this in why David had several wives, as well as King Solomon, which is not told to you the reason why, because they do not want you to understand the secrets of rulership. That is why they preach the so-called one man, one wife in the New Testament, so that they, only the kings, can breed their children into every area and aspect of influence, so that they can always be the elite and remain in power. So therefore, Mike Adenoga is one of the elites, the kings and descendant of the kings, and he has a very close relationship to the real people who actually say what goes on in the world, which we are not by any chance remotely mentioning their names right here on this video. And as we've told you, if you're an elite, a descendant of the king or the kings of the earth, and you do not hear your name on this video, it means your situation is far more worse than the people that we are mentioning. So, Mike Adenoga is very rich and wealthy. We can't even begin to describe the amount of wealth he has. And Mike Adenoga has been known to have children and wives all over the world. And his wives all know. And none of them talk or say anything. But the stupid black American women of the world, the stupid blacks of the world, think that a man is supposed to have only them. They are in for a shock, because the majority of people who are going to suffer the most in these terrible times in the last days are going to be black independent women who think that they are high and mighty, equal or above to a black man. They're going to understand what's up. If any one of you has any memory, you will remember that when we did the Transvestigation on John Boyega, if you paid attention to that particular video, we did make mention of the fact on the John Boyega video that Africans are the richest people in the world. And we talked about Africans. I know we just used the general term Africans. And we said that, Africans still have access to the land, because if you do not own real estate, which means land, I'm not talking about a house, land, you are poor. Because that is the reason why we are all poor today, because we have no land. All land is owned by the state. And who is the state? The state are the kings of the earth. That's why they are called the landlord. That is why we pay rent. That is why we are poor. Because as long as you do not own land, you cannot grow your own food. You are therefore a tenant. And that is the meaning of poverty, tenancy, because you don't own the land. And Africans, even though we use the broad term Africans in Africa still own their land, even for the lay public African. But when we talked about Africans here owning all the land, we talked in a general sense about the elites. And these are the faces of the state that we're showing you right now. In the descendants of the kings of the earth, at the junior level, not at the topmost level, which we're not going to make mention on this video. So Mike Adenoga owns this company in Nigeria, which is called Globalcom. It's a very popular telecommunications company in Nigeria and ranked as, I think, maybe among the first 5 in the whole African continent. So this is a very rich and wealthy man, because if you've come to understand that Africa is the largest landmass and continent in the world with the largest population, because Africans make up 85% of the world population. That is why they always want you to believe that Africa is so small and make Africans to have a minority mentality, so that they would not know that they are a force to reckon with in the world. And they lie to you about the fact that Orientals, Asia, China, and animals, albinos, anybody with straight hair, who all come from India, who grow tails, demons, the literal children of Satan, make up the most world population, so that Africans would not know that they make the majority, that their resources fuel the world. They are told this lie. So therefore, if anybody is on a global stage or has an African business across Africa, he's definitely richer than Jeff Bezos. This is the secret, the truth of how Africans are run and controlled, so they do not know what they have. So therefore, Mr. Mike Adenoga right here, who is an elite, a king, and a descendant of the kings of the earth, true royalty, unknown to the world, could therefore be called Mr. Globalcom, as he's popularly known in the country of Nigeria. So therefore, Mr. Globalcom here, Mike Adenoga, has several children which the Nigerian public do not know, as well as the American public. Because as we've told you, Mike Adenoga has children spread all over the world. And as we have told you, the number one duty of a king is to breed as many children as he can everywhere, so that the king's influence, because Mike Adenoga here is a king, can be in every area and aspect of a human life. But with the rags and riches stories, the public is made to believe that the so-called elite of people who influence them came from them. Now, let's get to the story. So, unknown to the Nigerian public and festered upon them as a very great artist, a very talented songwriter, producer, and someone that the Nigerian public loves, is a man called Kizz Daniel in Nigeria. He's very popular as an artist in Nigeria in the Afrobeat world. Now, Kizz Daniel is very, very braggadocious, very proud, as all the children of the elites, the kings of the world are, because he knows that his father is the second richest man in Africa, all right? And that his father is actually Mike Adenoga. That's why he's so braggadocious, because the amount of wealth and amount of money he makes and properties that he exhibits cannot come from show business. This is the great lie which the public has been deceived into, to believe that you can make this amount of money from show business. The reason why they tell you this lie is so that it can cover up for the fact that they are already wealthy. Rich kids born from birth wealthy, the kings of the earth. So Kizz Daniel is very popular in Nigeria. His full name is Olawotubiloba Daniel Anidube. I apologize for the pronunciation, because I am not Yoruba in any way. I'm just trying to pronounce it from an English perspective. Better known by his stage name, Kizz Daniel is a Nigerian singer and songwriter. He is best known for his singles Woju and Yeba. He went by his stage name Kizz Daniel prior to changing it in May 2018. So Kizz Daniel here, who is very popular in Nigeria, among, let's say, one of the top 5 entertainers or artists in Nigeria, is actually a son of Mike Adenoga, Mr. Globalcom. But The public do not know that. That is why Kizz Daniel's life is so secretive. The public doesn't know any details about his private life. According to the story, he's told the public he had a father who died early. Why? As we have told you, what the elites do is that they give their children to a family to take care of. Okay? And then if they know that the public is going to find out that this child does not look like the so-called parents they claim, they have to remove the parents from the spotlight so the public doesn't go perusing and finding out, wait a minute, you said this is your father, but he don't look like you. So they just kill off the parents. It is for this reason that so many celebrities, so many of the elites, the politicians, always come up with dead, missing parents. The parents are either dead or they were never in the lives of their children. They do not show you the pictures. You have no idea, but yet they are public figures. Being a public figure means that we should know every detail about you because that's the meaning of the word public. How can people be in your sphere and contact of influence and you know nothing about them? It just seems like they just dropped out of the sky and this great providence make them to be the influencers in your world. Either being a governor, a House of Representative, a senator, a president, a so-called celebrity who's influencing you and giving you thoughts to think about that conform with what the government is telling you to do. Or somebody of influence in any area of life, like Jeff Bezos. They always have these rags and riches stories to fool you, so you do not see that these are the people enslaving you, lying to you because they've told you these different rags to riches stories, and there's so many lies of whom their parents are, that they are actually children of the elite. A case and example in this man called Kizz Daniel in Nigeria. Let's show you a very good picture of him now. So if you type Kizz Daniel on Google or any search engine on the internet, you'll find out that the pictures of Kizz Daniel, who's Mike Adenoga's son, has a lot of glasses because this is all how the PR representation wants you to see him. Because why? If he's not without glasses, sooner or later, you're going to know that this face is familiar. You've seen it before. So they put glasses on almost all of his pictures, and the pictures that he does not have glasses are very far, few, and in between, because this is all deliberate representation. So you would not figure out that the person standing right before you is an adenoga, even though he bears a different name. So even though these are not very clear pictures, but with the glasses off, when you start comparing the faces of Mike Adenoga and Kizz Daniel, who is his son but unknown to Nigerians that it is actually his son, you can now see the resemblance, that it looks like you're looking at an identical copy of Mike Adenoga, only that Kizz Daniel is younger. Because why? We all resemble our parents, genetic resemblance. So remember we told you that Mike Adenoga has children worldwide. Now, a lot of people do not know that Mike Adenoga also has a child who happens to be very, very popular in the United States. And if you took that child and compared to his son here, which is unknown to Nigerians, is his son in Kizz Daniel, and you compare their genetic resemblance, they all talk alike, except that one has an American accent, and his son here in Kizz Daniel, which is unknown to Nigerians, is his son, has a Nigerian accent. But the speech patterns are the same. The voice is the same. The mannerisms is the same. Why? Because they are his children. Because why? Remember, an apple tree gives birth to an apple. Lions give birth to lions. We all resemble, sound, and talk like our forebearers before us because we came from them. So, that son of Mike Adenoga in the United States. His name is Trevor Jackson. Trevor Jackson has been popular through Disney. And do you know what Disney is all about? We're going to play a clip for you to hear so you can hear it now. What Disney is all about. They're going to tell you the truth in code that what they produce, what they call clones out of a factory. Why? Because Disney and all the talent shows that you hear about in the world are all avenues for the elite, the kings of the earth and the descendants of the kings of the earth. At this point that we're talking, the junior Illuminati, to present and foster their children on you, so you actually believe that they came from public, open and fair contest of talent shows. So you would accept them, not knowing that these are your kings and your queens, the very people who are killing black people day and night and making us believe that albinos, anybody with straight hair, demons, animals with tails, enslaved humanity. So that is what it's all about. But we'll play that at the latter end of this video so you see. But let's pull up a picture side by side down so you see that Mike Adenoga is indeed the father of Kizz Daniel and Trevor Jackson, very popular in the United States. So, this is what they have deceived the whole world into believing is cloning. These are the people who steal all your hard work. Imagine how you work hard day and night to try to make ends meet. And they steal your hard work from you by fostering on you themselves and barring you from achieving your own success. And you live and die in your hard work, and then they poison you on top of that as a black person. They kill you mentally by telling you that albinos, anybody with straight hair, demons who grow tails, enslaved you so you can remain subservient to them. These are the people who have poisoned the whole world. They make you go to a false educational system and you spent your livelihood paying your fees and you still could not get a job, and your mom died working on the job trying to pay your fees, and you're now without a parent. They are the ones feeding you all the prenatal drugs and all the poison food. So demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair can look human and live among us because they cause interference for you not to know anything about your world. These are the people who have done all the wickedness and evil that you can think against black people, and they are black. And now you know who they are. And let's continue on after you listen to this Disney news on some more Nigerian elites who kill and enslave their people, because people do not understand this. Nigeria is the country with the greatest amount of oppression and suffering that the world cannot even imagine. You'll know the full story in The Shape of Our World.
kids at home, this next segment is for you. This Friday, the newest batch of Disney Channel stars grown in the Disney Genetic Engineering Lab will be unveiled to the public.
Right. Now, Tracy, most of our viewers are already familiar with a lot of the products that have come out of the Disney Lab.
I am.
Yes. But how exactly do you create a Hilary Duff or a Miley Cyrus from scratch?
Right.
Well, we're going to find out exactly how it's done right now, because joining us live from the Disney Lab is one of their lead geneticists, Dr. Andrew Rourke. Welcome, Dr. Rourke. There's quite an operation you've got going on out there.
Thanks, Jim.
So the stars that we see on TV are actually grown right here?
That's correct. They're grown and developed here. We engineer their brains for advanced singing and dancing capabilities, even posing for photos. By the time they grow to desired size, these child stars are fully ready for the camera or the concert tours or whatever Disney chooses to put them in.
That is simply amazing. Now, how long does it take to actually create a star from scratch?
Well, not very long at all. We use the exact same DNA structure for all of our stars, and then we simply tweak minor details like hair color or skin tone.
Right, yeah, we do have some footage here of some of the well-known creations that have come out of your lab. Let's take a look.
Yes, well, that's model 6831-A, publicly known as Mitchell Musso, standard male base with a type 3 skin pigmentation.
Wow.
And that's model 6831-B. We give him slightly thicker eyebrows and type 5 skin.
Well, so it's sort of like putting a puzzle together there.
Exactly.
Amazing.
Okay, here we've got some of the images of some of the newest models. We're going to be seeing a lot of these kids in the future.
It really looks like you have someone for every kid in America to love
Well, that's
here.
the idea, Tracy. Our writers find it very liberating. For example, our new model, Haley, is a singing, dancing, snowboarding, half Japanese, half Indian girl.
Wow.
Now, finding her in reality would be impossible.
Right, but sounds like a surefire hit to me. Oh, now this one's Zac Efron. I've seen him before.
Yes, Zach was actually one of our earliest
My
models.
daughters love him. I mean, he looks so real.
Actually, I think we could have done a better job with Zach. He could show more human tendencies. If you look closely, you'll notice there's a certain deadness around the eyes.
I do see that, yes.
I'm sorry, it's hard for me to watch because all I see is all my mistakes.
Yeah.
Boy, he seems flawless to me.
Well, he's holding up, but there was a bug in that first batch, and as a result, Zach's skin will soon begin to dissolve.
No, poor Zac Efron.
All right. Well, it's simply amazing. Dr. Rourke, thank you so much for coming in and spending some of your morning with us. I can't wait to see some of these new creations popping out of the lab.
Ocho meta ni malo, no meta ni mate, se, kana mini malo. Oh yeah, go down low, Sherry vase para ya. Can you conversa? Can you come? I want to know. Say you not go love, say you not go love another baby. Can you conversa? Can you?
We want to read a portion of scripture, the words of the Creator when he existed and was living as the chief high priests in the land of Israel at his house, which was built because the high priest Moses was given instructions by the Creator to build a house because he would come to physically dwell among his people. And the Pharisees and Sadducees, the learned elders of Zion, the people who call themselves by a Black Panther organization, rose up and killed the Creator when he came in flesh and blood and hid his body. And when they went back to do whatever they wanted to do with the body in their so-called stupid belief that their rituals work, they couldn't find him. And they had given instructions to the soldiers to make sure that nobody would come near around to the gravesite. But the soldiers were there all day, all night, and they could not find the body. And then later on, they decided to create this false story about the fact that he resurrected, or that his high priests came and stole the body, or whatever stories they made, which is now woven into popular culture in the belief of a resurrection. There is no such thing as a resurrection. So whenever you read that story in scripture, which it says that there's a resurrection, or that the creator himself made Lazarus to come back from the dead and all that kind of stuff, it's all a lie. There is no resurrection whatsoever for the wicked. Once they die, they are going to hell first, which is very close to the lake of fire. And then when this world gets destroyed by a fire, then they get put in the lake. And that's it. There is no resurrection. Now, someone will ask, is there resurrection for the righteous? That is a story that we'll answer at a later time, because at this particular point in time, the truth is not for everyone. It's for only those who deserve it. So the portion of scripture we want to read to you is in Matthew chapter 7. We're not going to read the whole entire verse from verse to verse, because there's a lot of purposely built-in errors into this reading. So what are we trying to say? If you read Matthew chapter 7, all right, normally what people will read would be Matthew chapter 7 from verse 24 to 27. But the truth is, in Matthew chapter 7, verse 25 and verse 27 were imputed. They were not in the original scriptures, which it talks about rain and floods and that kind of stuff. Because you have to understand this. Rain and flood is not a creation of the creator. Satan causes rains, and he's the one who causes floods. No time to explain that for now. For those who have the privilege and opportunity to own the shape of the world, we'll explain that far better for them. For those who have the opportunity to own the shape of the world, they will have that explanation in there. So, we're reading from Matthew chapter 7, verse 24, and we're going to read into verse 26. We're going to skip verse 25. And these were the words of the Creator, and we are just reiterating it here for all the wicked of the world to hear, and the elite. It says, therefore, whosoever heareth the sayings of mine, in which the Creator was talking, and does them, I will liken him unto a wise man who built his house upon a rock. Verse 26. And everyone that heareth these sayings of mine, and does not do them, shall be likened unto a foolish man which built his house upon the sand. Now, the wicked of this generation hear and cannot do. The wicked of this generation in the elite, the descendants of the kings of the earth, did not hear these words that we read to you right now, which the Creator spoke. And let's explain what it means. The high priest Daniel had talked about all the kingdoms of this world which would exist, because the Creator made him to understand that. And he went and told King Nebuchadnezzar that this is the vision and a dream that the Creator gave to him concerning his leadership and how the end might be. Now, when you go read in scriptures, they will tell you that King Nebuchadnezzar had that dream. This is not true. It was Daniel who had the dream and told him. And King Nebuchadnezzar sought the interpretation of the dream from all his so-called astrologers and dreamers and prophets. And none of them could give him an interpretation. So he had to come back to Daniel, who had the dream and the vision, and say, tell me, what does this mean? Since none of my astrologers, none of the wise men have been able to tell me the meaning of this dream and vision. And Daniel told him the meaning. The Creator then, according to this story, was talking to the learned elders of Zion, the descendants of David, about this their kingdom they were so much interested in building, which David had started. And he told them this, as we read to you in Matthew chapter 7, verse 24 and verse 26. He told them this. The world that you people are designing and your kingship is based on lies. That was what the literal meaning of what he said to them. The world that you people are building is designed on lies. And lies can never stand. For anybody who builds on lies, the kingdom and whatsoever he's built will crumble. But anybody who builds whatsoever he wants to build based on truth, it will stand forever and never be broken. Why are we reading this to the elite right now? They have built their world around lies and falsehood and deception. It has no truth, which is the rock that everybody should build in. Because if you notice, in today's world, there is always changing laws every single day. There is no certainty, which means when things keep changing, it is a lie and it will fall, because there is no certainty for you to stand on what you're trying to build. So that is the reason why the crack in this system, worldly system, is appearing by you hearing our voice right now, to show you that it will crumble and fall. And for anybody who has had a belief in this system for donkey years, thinking that it will stand the test of time, and this should go into the ears of every demon and albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail, anybody with straight hair who is not oriental, not from Japan, not from China, not from Korea, not from Mongolia, because they think that their world will continue on as is, that they will continue to be the ones whom are worshipped, and that their so-called debauchery of looking down on black people and stealing the wealth of black people and thinking that they are going to be the lords, their egos, their pride, it will fall by you hearing our voice right now. And so that goes to everybody else. If you still continue to live like you used to live in 2019, you're in for a very rude awakening, because from henceforth, everything that's going to be happening in the world is going to be happening suddenly. It will be like when you wake up from the next day to the next day, it's going to be a totally different world. So if you are wise, listen to what we're saying, because it will be a rude shock for you. Because we've been soaked into this idea of change. Things do not change. Whatever that changes is a lie. Because people, when they're listening to us, they think that we are trying to change things, all right? Because they've been conditioned and used to lies and deception for so long that we've been taught for a very long time. Some lies are so old at this particular point, it feels like the normal. For example, that albinos, anybody with straight hair, are human. It feels normal, and you've been treating them as humans. But they are not humans, they are animals, they all grow tails. If not for the folic acid and all the inbred and poisonous food they feed us, all their animal features will show, and they will start to show now. Because every time an albino, anybody with straight hair, tries to live healthy, the animal features will show. So such are the lies that have been woven into the fabric of the human mind for so long, such that it feels and sounds normal. And that is why when people hear a voice, they think and say, oh, tricks of the estrade or the priesthood is trying to make changes. We are not making any changes to this world. What we are doing right now is restoring the natural order of things. things that have always been, but have been hidden from your eyes. Why? Because why? Natural order is what has always existed. It's just like a transgender, a man, example in Beyonce, trying to live like a woman. The natural order is that he is a man. Whatever he's doing to his body is only temporary. The body will keep fighting to go back to its natural state of being a man. So it's always a losing battle when you're fighting against natural order, the way things were created. It's a lost cause, no matter what you do. So we are not changing anything. We are just restoring the natural order by making you see the reality of what has always been, which has been hidden to you by lies. So we're still on the subject of Nigeria after showing you how Africa's second richest man, known as Mr. Globalcom, Mr. Mike Adenoga, has children all over the place. And we showed you some of his children, which have been made to be very popular, given different names as the elite usually do, the kings and descendants of the kings of the earth, the junior Illuminati do, by presenting their children into every sphere of influence by inheritance to continue the oppression and subservience of Black people worldwide to them. So here is another Nigerian, a former president called Goodluck Jonathan. Now, before we can continue with this former president of Nigeria, we have to reveal something else to you. Goodluck Jonathan's father was also a president of Nigeria. Real history. But Nigerians have no idea about their history. Why? Because as long as you do not love truth and righteousness, you can never have the peace of mind and truth that you seek. Nigerians suffer a lot for two very specific reasons. The first reason, which we're going to tell you right now, is because they do not love truth and righteousness. They are seeking their own bellies. So whatever goes is whatever they'll take. That is why they will still continue to suffer and will be one of the countries in the world that will suffer the most, more than everybody. It's already happening right now as we speak. There are no people in the world who suffer and are oppressed like Nigerians in the whole entire world. The second reason you will find out for those who have a copy of The Shape of Our World. So, Nigeria's former president here in Goodluck Jonathan says that he has 2 children with his official wife. And let's read that before we continue on. So it says here in this Wikipedia article on Goodluck Jonathan, it says, Jonathan and his wife, Dame Patience Jonathan, have 2 children, a Rewera son and a Rubai daughter. This is the official family known that President Goodluck Jonathan has. Let's pull up a picture. So this is the official family touted to Nigerians as the elite usually do, the descendants of the kings, the junior Illuminati at this point. And I know a lot of you might be wondering, if this is the junior Illuminati, then who's the senior one, the ones really running stuff? No worries, the time hasn't come, but it's slowly creeping. Just like the creeping virus was used to show you that coronavirus was coming in 2019 in the movie called I Am Legend, acted by Will Smith. They showed you everything in that movie. They showed you that gas prices would be up to $6, but people never paid attention because they think when they are watching movies, they are watching entertainment. This is how the elite, the kings of this world, try to act as if there are high priests, because only high priests could tell you what was going to happen in the future. And they did not tell everybody. They only told the elite what was going to happen to them, just like we are telling them what's going to happen to them right now. And they also wrote it down to their descendants what would happen in the future. So movies are the form in which the elite try to tell you like they are making some sort of prophecy, instead of the fact that they fabricate their plans and put it into motion and make sure that their children continue to put those things into motion if they are going to remain the kings of this world, the elites.
For anybody when I want my happiness. Can you come? I want to know. Say you not go low. Say you not go low. Can you come? I want to know. Say you not go.
Here is Goodluck Jonathan with his official family, wife and 2 children. Now, a lot of people, remember what we told you already when we started? A lot of people will believe this sub-story. Why? Because the elite do not want you to know, the kings of the earth, that everybody in an influential position in society is related to them. They have to make you believe the rags and riches stories that they got there by their own hard work, so you continue to succumb to your own enslavement, oppression, and suffering willfully. Because remember what we've always told you a long time ago. You can't control anybody physically unless you control how they think, their minds. And what is the meaning of government, as we've always told you? Mind control. So that is how the elite operate. They've made Nigerians believe that Goodluck Jonathan's got into the position of being a president of Nigeria by his hard work, instead of the fact that Goodluck Jonathan is descended of another president of Nigeria, whom a lot of Nigerians, if there are any one of them listening right now, will want to know. But because Nigerians think they are smart and intelligent, they know everything. Just like the whole world has been soaked into believing that they know everything and anything. Pseudo knowledge, shadows of knowledge. They will hope that we will tell them here and now. You gotta do the hard work. You want the truth? It's hard work. You're not gonna get it for free. Any information we're giving right now, as we've always said, is for the wicked to destroy themselves, because now the priesthood is wielding all of them. So this is the formal official family of Goodluck Jonathan, but as he is a king and a descendant of a king, the junior Illuminati, Goodluck Jonathan has a slew of children and a slew of wives. Does his wife here in patience know that Jonathan here has so many wives? Yes, she does. But like the stupid preaching which they give to the stupid black women of today's world, I gotta have my own man, only my own man, and nobody else gonna touch him. Stupid fools and idiots. And look at all of you now. If you look at the black American woman, a woman in America who's black, 98% of them are single. Go take a look. The worst epidemic that has ever happened in the history of humanity. Why? Because stupid black women do not know their place in society. They think that they are equal to a man. But look at this woman right here, Patience. Does she know that the husband has several wives other than her? Yes. Because it has always been the place of a woman to do what? To work towards what benefits best for the family. Go read your scriptures on how the women of scriptures used to behave. Sarah had no son. She told Abraham, take my handmaid Hagar and sleep with her and have a son. She didn't think about herself as the stupid, dumb black American women today think. Rachel, Jacob's second wife, had no children. Rachel took his own handmaids and said, Jacob, sleep with these women, make them your wives too, and have children so that I may have children too. Do you see how the wicked elites have switched the mindset of stupid, gullible women today? Black women who are going to suffer. Who are going to suffer so much. They're going to be wondering what is going on. And they keep thinking and asking themselves, how is this going to happen? People of small minds. The wicked always have small minds. Did you ever know? I'm talking to the general stupid black women today in today's world. Did you ever know that albinos, anybody with straight hair, were animals who grew tails? Did you know that? If we did not reveal and make it publicly to you? Did you know the reason for folic acid and the prenatal drugs and all the ultrasound scans that you go to when you are pregnant, if we did not reveal that to you? Did you know whom are the people really ruling you if we did not reveal that to you? That is just to show you that you have a very small mind and you have no idea of how the world works. So when you start thinking, how is it possible that as a black woman that you are going to be specifically targeted and you're going to make to suffer? And you think it's not possible. Just like the demons, albinos, anybody with straight who grow tails in their small minds because they are even far lesser than black women. Smaller minds because they are animals. Think, how is it that we are going to be targeted and we're not going to have all the benefits that we have anymore as white folk? All the information that we have given you so far, did you know already? Then you should know that you are a very, very terrible position in this world because you still haven't realized yet that the world you knew no longer does exist. Natural order is being restored.
Can it come? I want to know. Say you not go love. Say you not go love another baby. Can it come closer? Can it come? I want to know. Say you not go love. Say you not go love.
So therefore, this is the family of President Goodluck Jonathan, which the world has been made to believe that he has. But as we told you, Goodluck Jonathan is descended from a line of kings, the junior Illuminati, and he has a slew of children. And there is something more sinister going on here, which those who have the shape of a world copy will get to know. But continue on. Let's present one of Goodluck Jonathan's children, which is presented to us to be an outstanding Nigerian artist right now in the world. His real name is called Divine Ikubo. But let's just show you the story of Divine Ikubo, as it is similar with all the other stories of all the celebrities and politicians. They always have a dead family member, in this case, Divine Ukubo, who's popularly known as Rema, in the world music scene or Afrobeat scene sensation at this particular point in time. His dad and his brother died. Why? Because they do not want you going and tracing information to know that Divine Ikubo, popularly known as Rema's father, is Goodluck Jonathan. His real name is Divine Ikubo, and his mononym is Rema. He's known as Rema. He's very popular in the Afrobeat scene. So if you love Afrobeats, as it is the most, let's say, modern or new genre of music in the world, you would have heard about Rema. Okay? Now, if you read into Rema's Wikipedia page right here on his parents, it just says Divine Ikubo was born into a Christian family in Benin City. He grew up singing and rapping while he was in secondary school. He attended his primary and secondary school education at Igile Group of Schools, Edo State, right? So, why would they write such a story about Divine Ikubo? Because this is how the elites operate, the kings and descendants of kings. Does Divine Ikubo here know that his father is Goodluck Jonathan? Yes. This is the reason why when you kill a snake, you kill a baby snake and the great-grandchildren and grandchildren of that snake. Otherwise, they will still breed snakes and they will still sting if snakes do sting and kill. So you can't say that because it's a child of an evil, wicked person that you will not terminate them. You have to. That is why the Creator always told the remnant, when you go into this city, kill everything that breathes and walks or lives. Kill it all. Because if you do not kill the evil will breed back and do more evil. The reason why evil has prospered for so long at this particular point to the hilt is because the elites changed the commandments and changed the laws through the New Testament and preach what? Forgiveness. Because in African society, before the advent of Christianity and Islam, if you did evil, they killed you on the spot. You stole, they still practice it in most African societies. You steal and they catch you, they burn you to the ground immediately. You're a homosexual, they catch you, they kill you on the spot. You do any form of inbreeding and they catch you, they kill you on the spot. But because of Christianity, which the elites knew that the only way that they would thrive, such that the public would not kill them for all the evil that they do, is to preach what? Forgiveness and change. Why? Because they wanted you to believe that someone can change from their wicked ways to a good way. It is not possible. If change was possible, a mango tree would change to a pineapple tree, but a mango tree has never done that. So this is from Divine Ikubo, Rema's official page on Wikipedia, in which he lies about his father's death, his false father. Because remember what we told you, the elite, the kings, the descendants of the kings, the junior Illuminati that we are presenting at this particular point in time, they do not want you to know that the place that they hold as a place of influence is gotten by inheritance, not through hard work. Because they want the public to accept them as the kings that they are and to continue to oppress the public deceptively, secretly, because they know when this is exposed that they are going to be what? Terminated. So here is Divine Ikubo's official page, and it says here, Rema is a supporter of football club Manchester United FC. On 28 September 2020, Rema tweeted accusations against the People's Democratic Party over the death of his father, Justice Ukubo, who was a former chieftain of the party. So this is a flat-out lie. Because as we've told you, the elites the kings, the descendants of the kings, they have a slew of children everywhere. They raise some of their children in different households, give them different names, and foster them on the public as holding positions in the public sphere, as coming from the public through hard work. And then they act as gatekeepers to protect the whole system. Such that, as we've told you, somebody would have a very vehement problem with the elite and would go and sit down and talk with one of them whom he feels comes from the public, not knowing that you're bearing and exposing yourself to them, and before long, you are killed. That is how the system works. But one thing we forgot to tell you, which we should tell you now, is that even though the elites have a slew of children all over the world, from different families and from different women who know that they are the mothers to these elites, the kings, the descendants of the kings, not all of the children are made to know their history except when it's necessary, such that some children will act unintentionally, okay? Not knowing that the positions that they hold, that they are there because their parents, the descendants of the kings and the kings, put them there. So they'll act like the public until a time comes when they get activated to make them understand the reason why they are in that position and who they really are. And then the children now say, wow, so we have been descendants of the kings, all right? And this is our real history. So they continue under the same wickedness and the same grand plan that the parents beforehand had always laid on how to run the world and how to continue to run the world until the end of time. The funny thing about Divine Ikubo, Rema, tweeting that his father, his false father, Justice Ikubo, died in Nigeria and was a member of the People's Democratic Party, is that Goodluck Jonathan, his real father, who happened to be a president of Nigeria, is actually in the party called the People's Democratic Party, which at one point in time in Nigeria used to be the biggest party in Nigeria until a couple of years ago. So see how they mix and tell you the truth? So let's continue to show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Now, Rema here, whose name is Divine Ikubo, okay, said that his parents and his brother died. Because these are the stories that they tell, and that is the reason why with every celebrity and politician, they always tell you the father went missing or the mother went missing, the father died. Why? Because they do not want you going to trace into the family history and lineage and know that the parents are still very much alive and that all the celebrities and the people of influence are descended from other people right before your eyes. And they go by different names and they go into every place of society which was already owned by them. But let me give you a typical example. You will hear stories of the fact that a lot of people get endorsements from several huge companies, okay? All the mega corporations. Let's say Apple, Adidas, Nike, Tesla at this point in history, Samsung, all the companies that rule your world. You hear that they get endorsements from that. The people who get those endorsements are members of the family who own those corporations. But because they do not want the public to know, okay, that these are the family members who own all these corporations, they have to use the word endorsement to give the public some kind of closure on how these people spend all the money that they have and are wealthy. So they use that word endorsement. Let's continue with Divine Ikubo, popularly known as Rema. So here is the rags and riches story. Rema, whose real name is Divine Ikubo, the son of Goodluck Jonathan, the unknown public son of Goodluck Jonathan, a former Nigerian president, which has been fostered onto the Nigerian people and the world at large that he came from humble beginnings and made his way to be what he is today in the music industry all around the world. He goes on to say here, things were tough after my dad and brother died and I had to work to assist my mom. Rema shares life story. You see the same story of their parents dying because they don't want you to know that their parents are still alive. Because if the so-called father, which they claim, the fake family which they fabricate for the children of the elite are still around, and you start paying attention, you will notice this so-called Rema who says this is his father. The father doesn't look like him. Because why? Children should resemble their parents. So this is the same rags to riches story that they keep on repeating time and time and time again to make you believe that the so-called people who are the elite came from the public, instead of the fact that they are fostered on you, but made you to believe that they came from the public so that you can continue in your enslaved labor, which you have never gotten out from. Your parents died in it. Your great-grandparents died in it. And you are here still believing the same stories. And you keep on worshiping and honoring these people and letting them steal your hard work by them not paying you for what they owe you. And you will die in it. So, on Rema here, it says, budding teenage singer Divine Ikuba, popularly known as Rema, has revealed his experiences as a child and how he had to step up to responsibilities of a man at a very tender age. In a recent interview with Capital Extra, the Dumebi singer spoke about his family music, love life, and plans for the future. According to him, he was signed to Maven 18 months before the signing was announced to the public. So this is how they always tell you lies. So you've always heard these stories. They'll tell you that someone discovered someone. For example, they told you that Justin Bieber was discovered while he was making music on YouTube. And a lot of stupid idiots are hearing that. A lot of stupid, wicked people, ignorant fools, will go on YouTube and start making their own music and believe that someone will discover them. You're full of shit. Go home and grow your food and be at peace and stop believing in these sob stories that the elite make for you. If you like sing from morning to night, no one's going to discover you. But that is what they tell you. So you do not know that the system has been rigged to put you in the place that you are, to be subservient to the elite and to accept your subservience without questioning how it's done. Because they make up these stories for you. That is the reason why they gave you social media, to fool you that you can be a celebrity like them. So continue reading his story. He says, further revealing that his mother had to trek a long distance due to her inability to afford public transport. Rema said that the hardship promoted him to odd jobs to make ends meet. Rema, who made all these revelations during an interview with Capital Extra, said, at some points, things got tough. I had to man up. My past life has the same effect on my present being in the music and taking things forward, he narrated. So this is the same bullshit rags to riches stories the children of the elite, the descendants of the kings, tell you. Because they've been trained from childhood. Remember, we've told you this before, that before anybody gets into the position of power that they are, they've been trained from childhood to be there. We told you this already a long time ago in those videos that we made. But you guys never heard. Because the wicked will never hear until they are in the lake of fire, which is very, very close. They think the end of the world is that far away. Keep thinking. So if you get online, just type in Rema freestyle that got him signed, right? Rema 5 freestyles that got him a record deal to Marvin Records. Now, Marvin Records here is owned by somebody called Don Jazzy, whose real name is Michael Collins Ajera. His picture will be up on the screen here. So Michael Collins Ajera, who's known as Don Jazzy, I do not know if I'm pronouncing the name correctly, but Michael Collins Ajera, popularly known as Don Jazzy, started out a record label called Maven Records after he left a record label called More Hits Records, which he had with a very popular Nigerian singer called D'banj, whose real name is Oladapo Daniel Oyebanjo. I'm not sure if I do have the pronunciation right, but you're going to see the name and the picture on the screen so you know who we're talking about. So, this is how the elites use the public and make the public believe that they can, through their own hard work, be whatsoever they want to be, instead of the fact that the elite, the descendants of the kings, steal the hard work of the public and foster their own children on the public and make them believe that they came from the public, so the public continues in their subservience to them in perpetual eternity so that they can be kings. So that is how these so-called stupid stories of being discovered, of that somebody discovered a so-called artist, actor, celebrity, politician, a fighter such as Mike Tyson, they are all in those positions by inheritance. They were never discovered. They are children of the elite, but they have to tell these stories to the public. So the public continues their willing subservience and oppression to the elite and the kings and the descendants of the kings, so that they never fight back at the system. And why don't the public fight back? Because the public are more wicked than the elites, the descendants of the kings themselves. Why? Because the public are more numerous. So now, to show you how despicable the elites, the descendants of the kings, the junior Illuminati is, Divine Ikubo, here popularly known as Rema, starred in the movie Black Panther. So if you ever watch Black Panther, towards the ending scene, you find a scene in which they are playing basketball, and then T'Challa says that he's going to buy over the property which was owned by Killmonger and his father, or rather, which Killmonger and his father stayed in to build some sort of like technological center. And in that scene, there is a kid who walks up to T'Challa and asks him, "Who are you?" The face right here is the face of the same person known as Rema. It's just that this is a younger version of Rema himself. And Rema, Divine Ikubo, knows this. But they will never tell you. Why? How did he get into the movie Black Panther? Because, as we've told you, the people who built America were European kings and African kings. And the European kings moved into Africa because of the great resources that Africa had. And the first-class kings in Africa, as we have told you, especially of the Yoruba tribe. That's why we keep hampering on the Yoruba tribe. The first-class kings of most of the Yoruba tribe, especially the Ijebu ethnicity of the Yoruba and the Oyo ethnicity of Yoruba, the first-class kings, they are not Yoruba. They are European. That is how and why, in this particular example, Divine Ikubo, known as Rema, would have had a role in Black Panther, because people never pay attention to the movies they watch. They think they're watching entertainment. No, you're not watching entertainment. This is a way of the kings of the earth. Because remember, if you read through scripture, the kings of the earth believed that there were also prophets, that they were in their position because the Creator put them in. This is how they have made people to believe in the idea of kingship, that the Creator made kings to be prophets, priest kings. So movies that you watch are not really about entertainment. This is how these people are trying to scribble themselves to be priests, to talk about the future and what would happen. They fabricate what they're going to do. They put it in the movies for you to watch, and you watch it. And then it becomes real, and you believe, oh my goodness, so these people know a lot of stuff that you don't know. They fabricated it. Everything they did to put themselves in a position, because what are they trying to do? They are trying to conform themselves to superiority when they are not superior. So that is how Rema here got into the movie Black Panther, because if you paid attention to that scene in which this child, Rema here, known as Divine Ikubo, which is his real name, said to T'Challa, "Who are you?" There was no need for that scene to be there. There was no need for them to give this child that screen time. But because they were trying to show you some information that this is a very special child, which will become someone very popular in the future, whom has become popular in the future by his name called Rema. Because people do not understand what Rema is. Rema means revelation. He was revealed to the world. That's why he's called Rema. In other words, a prophecy. And here is a Twitter page which talks about that Rema starred in that movie, Divine Ikubo, in the Black Panther movie. It says here in this Twitter page, Baby Rema in Black Panther. And this is Rema's handle right here, right? He is Rema. This is his Twitter handle right here on that side of that particular picture that you just watched on Twitter, in which it does confirm that Rema here, who is now a star, all right, in the Afrobeat scene, was in the movie called Black Panther. So the children of the elite are the same as the elite. They continue what their parents did. As we have always told you, why is it that year after year, the plans of the elite continue to progress? Because their children carry it along. An example here in Rema, who comes from a long lineage and list of kings, descendants of kings of the earth. At this point, the junior Illuminati. We are working our way up to show you the senior one. But it's not going to be on this video, because as we have said, the senior Illuminati, the real people who are ruling stuff, running stuff and running everybody else, who know everything else that the others do not know. They're not going to have any idea of what's about to happen. So finally, here is a picture of Goodluck Jonathan with his son, known as Divine Ikubo, popularly known as Rema, a very popular Nigerian Afrobeat sensation all around the world. In the United States, everywhere he goes, all the celebrities, from Madonna to Jason Derulo to Drake to everybody, the celebrities, they are all on Rema day and night. Now, how did they know that? Because as we've told you, the so-called descendants of the kings of the earth in the celebrities know one another. They know that, oh, my father is Michael Jackson. They all are in on the secret that they are the real Illuminati ruling the world, the descendants of the kings. And they've been deceiving you all along, and you just think these are regular folk with their rags and riches story. And here is one of them that you know now. His name is Rema, but his real name is Divine Ikubo, and he is the son of Goodluck Jonathan from a different wife, because Goodluck Jonathan has a slew of women all married to him, and they don't say anything. But the stupid, damn blacks, American women in the United States, all fools and all single, because they do not know what a woman's place is. So here we are with another reveal of the junior Illuminati on how they lie to you and make you work day and night, and you go and worship them in their shows and concerts and talk shows and comic shows, and you think they got there by their own hard work, instead of the fact that they stole your hard work and became gatekeepers so that real talent would not prove that they are mediocre and should not be in that place that they are as influencers in your society, because they don't have any ability. And Rema here, who sings a lot of Afrobeat songs and is popular, is mediocre in ability, has no real ability to sing, just like Rihanna. So you can see the undeniable genetic resemblance of Goodluck Jonathan to his son in Divine Ikubo, which is unknown to the world is his son. It's just like when you look at Rema here, it looks like you're looking at a younger version of Goodluck Jonathan. And when you look at Goodluck Jonathan here, it looks like you're just looking at an older version of Rema. This is genetic resemblance. Take a good look. The eyes, the nose, the lips, the smile, everything, even down to the skin texture, shows you genetic resemblance, even down to the ears. Why? Because children resemble their parents. A lion gives birth to a lion, and the lion that is born resembles the parent that gave birth to it. This is what the Creator made, that everything should produce after its kind. This is why genetics is the one thing that the elite do not want you to have any idea about, because you will know who they are and you will know that the Creator is real. Let's continue on.
Ocho meta ni malo, no meta ni mate, se, kana minimalo. Oya go down low, sherry vase para ya.
Next up on a king and a descendant of the kings, the junior Illuminati, is a very popular boxer called Joe Frazier. Now, one thing I have to let you guys understand at this particular point in time is this. The so-called great talents in every sphere and aspect of life, which we see every day, which are superstars, the A-listers. Remember, we have told you, okay, that the chiefs, the kings of the earth, the European kings and the Asian kings who ran into Africa and together made themselves to be the first class kings, that their descendants is what they called the A-listers, who are the so-called celebrities or superstars or leaders of influence in any area and aspect of life. The one thing you have to understand is this, which we have told you already. All the so-called great talents which they showcase and exhibit, for example, in Joe Frazier right here, is all a lie. They have no ability whatsoever. They try to fool you into thinking that they have the ability because the media will always present them in such great light as being the greatest of all times in whatsoever field of endeavor they are in. This is all bullshit. These people have no ability. It's just a bunch of schemers who scheme and rig the system. And because when they have fights, let's say, for example, in a boxing match, all the boxers who are there are also members of a different clan or family of kings, of the elite. So they're all working together to fool you. They have no real ability or talent compared to the public, which they bar from getting into those positions of being real talent, showcasing real ability. Because the public is not supposed to be worshipped. A layman from the public is not supposed to have that kind of status, because it's all about status. Because what the elite seek is for you to worship them, to be subservient to them. Because they believe that they are gods. Humans with flesh and blood running through their veins think that they are greater than another human being who has the same blood running through his veins and flesh. That is how stupid the elites are, to think themselves that they are better than you. So the elite who are in positions of authority by inheritance have no ability whatsoever in that position of authority which they command on the public. That is why, if you notice, in today's so-called music scene, the artists who do rap, the older elites used to work harder trying to lie to you, okay, that they have some ability. So for example, maybe Tupac would try to rap, or Biggie, or let's say Jay-Z. They would try to force feed you a lie. They would put some effort, some work into it to try to lie to you that they have some sort of ability. But in today's artists who do rap, they call it mumble rap. They just kind of like sing along like Young Thug and all that kind of bullshit. They are not putting any kind of hard work to lie to you that they have any ability. Why is that? Because they never used to have it before. It was a lot of work to try to lie to you that they had some sort of ability in any area and aspect of life which they influence you, which they foster on you through media. By playing the same thing over and over and over again. And if that's all you're listening to, you believe that Beyonce can sing or Rihanna can sing. It's all nonsense. None of them have any ability. So in today's so-called modern artists who do rap or any type of music, the music is so subpar and mediocre, you can't even listen to it. Why are they not trying to put any effort into it? Because first of all, they never had real talent. They had been showboating for long, and now since they think that they have arrived at the kingdom, that means they have done everything and that there's nothing anybody can do about it. They have subdued all of the world. That's why they don't really care to put in any effort to lie to you anymore about their so-called subpar talent or ability. So why is that? Why are the modern artists, actors, or whosoever in a place of influence who are descended from the kings of the earth and the kings themselves, the junior Illuminati that we are presenting to you at this particular point in time, why don't they put in the effort no more? They don't just care about how the music or anything that they do looks, because their fathers, the kings of the earth, have told them, we have arrived in which we have complete dominance of everything human that the public has to offer. That means we are fully now in control. Where did they get this idea from? Because they translate the scriptures. This is how great the Creator is, okay? He set up these idiots for their own downfall because they refused the truth of the Creator. So when these idiots in the kings and descendants of the kings of the earth translated the real scriptures, which was written in the remnant script by the priests to other priests, the idea of the Creator's mind. When these kings and descendants of the kings translated the scriptures, they translated it and did not fully understand what they translated, because as we've told you, only a high priest can understand the scripture, because it was written from high priest to another high priest. That means from a high priest who was a father to a son or descendant, a nephew who's also another high priest. So only them could understand the reading. So these idiots took up the scriptures, translated it, and they read a portion of Daniel which said that the kings of the earth will subdue the whole world. So in their understanding and stupidity, they believed that it meant that they would subdue everyone in the world, regardless of who they are. The fools did not know that the subjugation which the high priest said that would happen would mean that the kings of this world in this last kingdom shall subdue all the wicked. It didn't mean that they would subdue everybody. So when you read in scriptures in the book of Revelation, in which it says that this kingdom shall give an identity, mark, or chip to everyone, both rich and poor, everyone there was translated wrongly. Everyone there means only the wicked of the earth shall accept that identification mark. The righteous will never have anything to do with the wicked. But the idiots, the kings of the earth, believe that they could do it to everybody. So you see how the knowledge that they have, the intelligence that they have, is a shadow of the reality. And that is why all the descendants of the kings of the earth in the elite are not putting in any effort anymore to lie to you about their subpar, mediocre talent. They just let it run out. They don't care. Look at all the music that you're listening to right now and all the movies. It is crappy. They're not putting any effort to try to lie to you about what they can do anymore, about the craft. So this is Joe Frazier, and as a king and a descendant of the king, the junior Illuminati that we are presenting to you at this particular point in time, Joe Frazier has a public family, all right, which bears the name Frazier. He has another family which do not bear the name Frazier, but they are still his family as a descendant of the kings of the earth. So, as we've told you, the job of every king is to make sure that they produce enough children and create so many families such that at every point in time, there is always a descendant of the king in every area and aspect of life to influence your world, because they control the resources, then they control the lies which they have told us to rule the world. So therefore, when you hear the government, the elite talk about population control, this is how wicked these people are. Unbelievably wicked. Because the one thing I don't seem to understand is this. How can you get all the wealth by stealing the hard work of the public? And yet you prevent the public from doing their own thing, and you tell them all kinds of lies. Because I don't understand, for example, if you go into an ocean to get some water, the ocean is so vast. Why would you prevent somebody else from getting it? This is what the elites, the celebrities, the politicians do, because they are all kings, descendants of the kings of the earth, and they believe that them who have flesh and blood, that they are the only ones who have a priority to control everything, and that you should just be subservient to them. Why are we saying all this right now? The people who have the most descendants per person, all right, are the kings of the earth. The descendants of the kings of the earth in your so-called celebrities, politicians, influencers, superstars. They are the ones who have the most kids. The only reason why you have not known that they are the ones who have the most kids is because they give their children and family different names. Go read in scripture. Was there any high priests who had up to 10 wives in scripture? No. Was there any high priest who had up to, let's say, 8 wives in scripture? The only high priest who had wives that even had up to 4 wives was Jacob. But look at what the kings, the descendants of the kings of the earth have. Example, in Solomon, 1,000 wives. David, his father, even had close number, but not up to 1,000. Look at what the descendants of the kings of the earth in today do. They have so many women, wives who have children. And yet they talk about population control. They talk about birth control on the public when they are the ones who have the greatest number of children per head, per human being, per king. You see how wicked these people are? And they are the ones preaching to the dumb, black, stupid women of today's world that a man ought to have only them. And the stupid, dumb black women believed it and carried on. Such that the stupid, dumb black women of today's world prefer to have children with a demon. Now, according to what we've been taught through media, it is said that black men, right, are the ones who chase demon, albino, anybody with straight hair females who all grow tails, who are imps by nature in their original state. But it's not true. They said that to lie to you, because if you look at the number, if you want to compare the ratio of black men to black women who procreate with demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, you will find out that it's black women who do it the most. Because throughout history, let me ask you a question. When you read scripture, what did it say? Did it say that black men slept with angels, or was it that black women slept with angels? It's black women who are the ones held solely responsible for breeding all the evil in the world. They are the ones who breed the most with non-black men. Because why? Because of the stupid preaching which these elites and celebrities who have so many wives and so many children, but they preach to the public. You gotta have just one wife. And the stupid, dumb black women ran with it. Go take a look at your scriptures. You have more books in the Old Testament, from Genesis to the book of Malachi. And in all of that, the man had several wives. And just a few stupid books in the New Testament, which does not even exist in reality, tells you you should have just one wife. You see what these elites have done? And they are the ones you worship. The wicked of the earth. So let's not waste time on Joe Frazier. Let's just go straight to it and show you his secret kids, which nobody knows. So these are the unknown children who are public figures of Joe Frazier. This goes to prove to you that every so-called celebrity who is a king is descended from another celebrity who is also a descendant of the kings of the earth. So that is why these popular faces, and I know you people want us to say the name out flatly and boldly. Yes, 50 Cent, known as Curtis Jackson, and Floyd Joy Mayweather are the children of Joe Frazier, a boxer considered a great, an all-time great, closer ranked to Muhammad Ali, which is considered the greatest of all time in boxing. So when you hear the so-called beef between 50 Cent and Floyd Money Mayweather, this is all what? Siblings trying to make you understand in their Masonic code among their Masonic elite, because when they do all these beefs that they do, the people in the know who are kings and descendants of the kings know that this is Masonic language speaking of what? Siblings. Floyd Joy Money Mayweather is not a great boxer. That bitch, because Floyd Money Mayweather is actually a female and not a man. All the fights that she has been in has been rigged to make her great. Why? Because she is supposed to follow in the footsteps of her real daddy, who is Joe Frazier. And 50 Cent is not a gangster. These are rich kids from birth. But because of the rags and riches stories which was created to fool the public, to make the public believe that the elite, the celebrities, the people that they worship, who are descendants of the kings of the earth, come from them, the rags and riches story was always told to you. So look at the genetic resemblance. So that's why on 50 Cent's webpage, when you go and read, they say what? His father was missing or dead. Let's read that before we continue on. So we are on 50 Cent's Wikipedia page, and it says early life. It says Jackson was born in the borough of Queens, New York City, and raised in his South Jamaican neighborhood by his mother, Sabrina, a drug dealer. Sabrina raised Jackson until she died in the fire when Jackson was 8. Jackson revealed in an interview that his mother was a lesbian, so they have to make you understand why Curtis Jackson, known as 50 Cent, right, is also a homosexual, because we read that to you from his own words in the Legends of Roll Call. It goes on to say here, after his mother's death, you see the same bullshit story they tell you, in which every celebrity has. His mother died, his father died, because they do not want you to go tracing the history to know that this is Joe Frazier's son. He said after his mother's death and his father's departure, yes, his father had departed. The same old rags to riches story. Jackson was raised by his grandparents. There are a lot of people who do not have parents in reality from the public, but they've never climbed up the status of world power as these people put in our faces do. Because people, you have to understand this. When you add 1 + 1, it must always be equal to 2 wherever you are in this world. It must not change. Why is it that only the celebrities have these rags and riches stories and are now in positions of places of influence and power, which is the high place of which wickedness comes from, which Ephesians 6 verse 12 told us that our fight and our struggle is against flesh and blood, against wickedness in high places, places of power? Why is it that it is only them who have no parents but seem to make it in life, and you in reality as the public have no parents and you have not made it in life? Why? It's because they lied to you. Without your parents in this world, the truth is that you are sure not to be able to do what? To succeed. Because parents, there's a reason why the Creator gave us parents, so they would tell you your history, so you would know what you own, so you can take advantage of it. So if you do not have any parents, you have no history. You can't take advantage of what your parents, the foundation that they laid for you to be able to be successful. That is the reality, not this bullshit that they tell you, that they had no parents and all of a sudden they are superstars. They have always been superstars because they are descended from the kings of the earth. They didn't get there by hard work. It's by inheritance. So in Floyd Money Mayweather's case, Floyd Money Mayweather, who's actually a biological daughter of Joe Frazier, is the reason why she's in boxing, is the reason why she remains undefeated in all the rigged matches that they rigged for her to make her great. Why? Because Joe Frazier, her real daddy, was also a great boxer. So you see how these people make sure that they have a foothold of every area of influence, and that their children continue to be the ones in every area of influence, pretending that they came from the public. Because if Floyd Joy Money Mayweather's name here was Frazier, a lot of people would ask questions. Wait a minute, is it that only Frazier and Frazier's kids are the ones in boxing making all this money as Floyd Money Mayweather is? Because Floyd Mayweather is called Floyd Money Mayweather. There is a reason why they put money in there, in that name for him. To make you understand that they come from a long lineage, for those who are in the know, not for the public. For the kings and the descendants of the kings like them to know. So the public would ask questions. If Floyd's last name was Frazier, so they have to change the name and keep deceiving the public to be in power and make you believe that by your own hard work, which should be the normal way things are, because it's by hard work that do you reap your rewards, right? But in their own case, you work hard and they steal your hard work and punish you for it. And they sit down by inheritance. So they inherit all these positions of power. So as Joe Frazier was, so is Floyd Money Mayweather. Only that they changed her last name to what? Mayweather instead of Frazier. So Floyd Joy Money Mayweather's family is affiliated as a guardian to Floyd Money Mayweather, because Floyd Money Mayweather's real biological dad is Joe Frazier. And part of the reason why the genetic resemblance on first notice, because as we said, we're not going to explain everything to you, because the public does not need to know the truth. They need to suffer in their wickedness and go to the lake of fire. So that's why we can't tell them everything. But of a certainty, you have to know that Floyd Joy Money Mayweather is a daughter of Joe Frazier. The reason why on first look, it may not look that way to you is because Floyd Joy Money Mayweather here has gone through several plastic surgeries to try to look male, because he's actually born female and not a man in any way, shape, or form. So that is why the genetic resemblance on first look may not to you look like Joe Frazier. But when you go study the genetic resemblance in their mannerisms, all right, their moves, the way they walk, the way they act, you can all see it's one of the same, fallen off the same tree in Joe Frazier. And that is for you who has to go study the genetic resemblance, not for us, not for the priesthood, because we have all these details in slews of files and truth and their own secrets, which they do not know that the priesthood has. Because why? Because, in this world system, the elites think that they are the only ones who have agents who lay low to the ground and know everything. But the priesthood has been the first, oldest, and surest, largest corporation of intelligence that has ever existed. We have detailed files. We have agents everywhere. Even when they don't think that it's possible for the priesthood to have agents, they do. They just remain quiet until now, because that was the design that the Creator designed the priesthood to lay quiet and lay low until the appropriate time, which is now. So that is the genetic resemblance for you to see that Floyd Money Mayweather is the daughter of Joe Frazier, and she is in that position of power and influence, being the first undefeated, boxer of any division at this particular point in history. She's retired, remember? But slowly and surely, they're trying to push her into so-called, let's say, exhibition boxing matches, which eventually she might just lose one, just so that people do not raise an eyebrow on why this bitch here, because it's actually a female, won all the boxing matches in her professional career. And here is an image of the genetic resemblance side by side with Joe Frazier, the real father, to 50 Cent and Floyd Money Mayweather here, who always banter about each other, and the stupid, wicked public think that they actually have beef. These are siblings talking, and you have no idea. That whole beef thing is created to falsely not make the public see their reality and understand. They actually think that these people are really fighting. The real fights that go on between all the kings and descendants of the kings does not show up on the news. As long as you hear on the news, it's a diversion. And here is 50 Cent's genetic resemblance to his real father in Joe Frazier, which they fabricated the false story that his father left or died and he was raised by his mother, was a lesbian, all that crappy story. Because it's the same stories they tell you, so the public can believe in the stupidity and not know that the people before them are in their positions by inheritance. So you just keep working hard and just accepting these so-called personalities before you and not see that they tricked you, they lied to you, they killed and they scammed you. These are the people responsible for all the deaths of black people around the world, stealing their hard work. Because 50 Cent went to a country, I think he had a concert sometime at the very prime of his career when he came out with the song called In the Club. He went to Nigeria and he disrespected the artist over there. And one of the artists tried to stand up to him and he got his ass handed to him. This is the disrespect that these people have for the public. They think that you ought to be subservient, oppress, bow down to them because they are kings, and they have to lie so that you bow down to them. And then they have to deceive you, to kill and oppress you by telling you lies to make you suffer so that you bow down to them. But this is the genetic resemblance. So all these people in positions of power are there by inheritance. Their fathers were there, then it gets handed down to them. And the public is lied to, not to see, because they just have different last name. Because if Curtis Jackson was called by his real name, Curtis Joe Frazier, a lot of the public would be asking questions. But they don't want you to ask those questions, so they have to lie to you. That's why they give their descendants different names. So you keep believing that they came into that position, all right, by hard work, instead of that they are inheriting things that they have stolen from the public so that they can remain as the people of society, the people with status, for you to worship and adore. For the wicked public who have done the most evilest crime, because the Creator said, do not look up to a man. That is why we do not require any leaders. The priesthood is not a leadership. They are only here to tell you the truth. A high priest is no leader. Their purpose is to make sure that you hear the truth and you hear right. All right. So since we're on Curtis Jackson, let's continue to one of the artists who said that they discovered Curtis Jackson in Eminem, whom publicly we are told happens to be one of his great friends. And this demon albino, anybody with straight hair, which has been sold on the public to have any kind of ability in the art of rapping, is a fraud, because Eminem is a demon, an albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail, and he comes from a long line of kings. He is in that position not because of any ability, because anybody can tell, if they have enough common sense, that Eminem cannot rap. He is made for us to believe that he can do it. It's a lie. No demon can do anything without a black person telling them, showing them how it gets done. Let's continue on.
Can you come I want to know. Say you not go love, say you not go love another baby. Can you come Can you come I want to know. Say you not go love, say you not go love.
There is a common theme that you'll always hear among the elite in the celebrities, politicians, influencers, artists, hip-hop artists, especially rap artists, the government, whom you now know that they are all descendants of kings of the earth. They always talk about that they have haters. You know, for example, you hear Drake say he has a lot of haters. Hip-hop artists always mention that a lot, and the celebrities say they have a lot of hate in whatever business or influence that they are in. But the truth is this: the people who talk about the fact that they have a lot of haters in the celebrities, the politicians, the hip-hop artists, who are all descendants of kings and are kings themselves, they are the real haters. They hate the public. Why? Because they have mediocre talent. So, for example, when Drake says he has a lot of haters, because a lot of people know that that idiot was a descendant of a king. Because you will always hear Drake say that he's a king, right? You hear hip-hop artists say that all the time. And you think they're just making reference that they are kings in whatever influence that they are trying to show you that they are good at, with mediocre talent, mediocre ability. But why do they have to say they have haters? Because the public can see that these people have no ability and that they are just there. But the public does not understand how people with mediocre and lower ability can get to the positions of influence that they are when they are not that great. They are not even average. And the public calls them out. And so the rap artists, the hip hop artists who are all descendants of the kings, the celebrities, start saying that they have hate. But they are the real haters. Why? Because they act as gatekeepers to make sure that real ability which the public has, which is far better and outstanding over them 1,000 times, does not show up. And they now claim that the public are the haters when they are the haters, making sure that real talent, real ability does not show up, so that we can keep having this mediocre talent of artists in front of us, of the great hip-hop artists, whatever name you want to call them, Nas, Jay-Z, Tupac, Biggie, they are all descendants of the kings. And the exposure has arrived. So the elite are the real haters of humanity, the real haters of the public, because the public includes righteous people who can see through the maze that they have tried to pull over your eyes. Because people have read the Protocols of Zion. The Protocols of Zion were written by the descendants of David, who have taken over the remnants. And they're going to be taught a lesson now in manners, because we gave them the time. And they thought that they were superpower over everyone, not understanding the scriptures. That the scriptures said that they would be a superpower over the wicked only, as has always been throughout their reading of scripture, if they understood anything. Anybody who has ever tried to rule over the remnant has always failed. But they forgot that, because David told them that they could do it. The remnants require no rulership of any kind. We've said this before. Every king, every chief, every paramount, every leader of every village, every chief of every village among the remnant population is null and void. All what the remnant requires, truth and righteousness. Every governor, every president over the remnant is invalid. It's never happened and it will never happen. They have been sold into a deception for their own destruction. So all these hip-hop artists which you see on television, the A-list hip-hop artists, because they do allow some of the hip-hop artists to have maybe a one-hit song here and there, who are not truly part of the elite, but there as a cover. They allow certain hip-hop artists from the public to make it into the mainstream and have maybe one-hit songs there and then, just as cover. And those hip-hop artists, as we've told you, which they allow to get into that sphere to be one-hit wonders, are actually compromised. They are homosexuals, because that's the compromisation in the A-list celebrity status quo. You have to accept and do homosexuality, which they compromise them. They have them on video, so that at any point in time they try to say anything against them, they bring it up. And that is why they preach good. It's because people never understand this. This is why we're trying to show you how these things work. That is why they preach good and righteousness on public mainstream television, and you have the mainstream pastors preaching why, so that they can use that as a tool against the people that they have compromised, so that at any point in time they'll use that and say, oh, look at this, you're homosexual. So that's the reason for preaching of good. Is not because they want good or like good. They use it as a tool to control those they have compromised. So do not be fooled. All preaching of good by the elite is to be used to control those they have compromised. They do not like good. If there was a way they could eradicate the total preaching of it, which they want to at this particular point in time because they think that they've arrived at the peace of their kingdom, they have deceived everybody and nobody has any power to stand up to them. You see how foolish the elites are? So all hate that you hear coming from the elites, in the celebrities, the superstars, the hip-hop artists like Rick Ross, whatever name like Drake, Barack Obama, who's a politician, it's all because the public can see through their bullshit that these people do not have any ability whatsoever, that they are not good enough to be in that position that they claim. But they want the public and the righteous to be subservient to them and say, yes, you are that great. And when the public do not do so, they say you're a hater, when they are the real haters. So if you're ever wondering why you're looking at the picture, this is a picture of Eminem, the hip-hop so-called demon, albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail. Because all albinos who are not oriental, of Japanese, Chinese, Korean, or Mongolian descendants are all animals who grow tails. They are not humans. Despite the fact that a lot of Orientals have been crossbred in their history, but they were human first before that crossbreeding started, which gave them the straight hair that they have today. And some of them have, the hair of a black albino too. So anybody who has straight hair is a demon. Their origin comes from being an imp. An animal with 3 fingers and 3 toes covered in 4, which grows a tail, which is the direct descendant of Satan, of sleeping with a granddaughter of Ham. And for those who have the shape of a world, they will understand that full story. But for the idiots, the wicked of this world, all they need to understand is who is oppressing them, because the wicked have to destroy the wicked, and then the righteous finally destroys the wicked. That's how it's supposed to be, because none of them are going to escape. Even though we're telling them the truth right here and they think that they're going to escape it one way or the other, they are not going to escape it. Why? Because everybody hates wickedness when it's done to you. And so you have to do something about it. So there is no escape for the wicked. They might say they're not going to do anything or whatever, but at some point in time, when this wickedness, which the elites, which were showing you their faces, the junior Illuminati, starts ratcheting it up, the wicked who are also being oppressed will have to do something about it. That is how it works. That is why the Creator demands righteousness and truth from everyone. There is no way the wicked of this world are going to sit down and not do anything when those text messages start arriving on your phone with the faces, names, and addresses of the elites, which we're showing you right now, the junior Illuminati. We're not working our way up yet to the senior ones because we don't want them to understand what's going to hit. They are no longer going to be safe in their houses and homes, as they have decided that everybody should feel unsafe because they are the ones sponsoring the terrorism of humanity, the insecurity and the deaths of black people worldwide that's going on. The elites are the ones sponsoring it. And they think that because they can fabricate terrorism on humanity, that they themselves will feel safe. It's never going to happen anymore. Even the very people who are protecting them, we have them on speed dial too. So here is Mr. Eminem, and a lot of people have always wondered how this demon, an albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail, gets to be considered as a great hip hop artist. Right from the first day that I heard Eminem's debut song, it was like a lot of stones rattling in my ear. And I was wondering, how does this person of mediocre talent, mediocre ability, get to have all this adoration and has an album and is saying that it's one of the highest selling albums of all time? When I heard it, because I could say and hear right off the bat that Eminem has no talent, no ability. But over a period of time, the elites, because they have this way of making sure that if you hear something over and over and over again, you come to accept it as a normality, because that's how they've been able to make the lie to spread worldwide, because they keep repeating it over and over and over and over again. And if you do not hear anything else and all what you're hearing is lies, lies becomes the normality. That is the secret that they have mastered. And that goes to show you how they put Eminem, foster Eminem on the public mind. They made him to be heard over and over again, have album upon album. They played him on the radio station and the TV stations over and over again. They gave him very good beats and good partnerships in songs. And before long, the idiots of the world actually believe that Eminem is great. But go listen to his first album. You'll know how below mediocre. Mediocre is like saying we are telling him he's great. Below mediocre, an animal, an albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail, who is a descendant of the Clintons. That is why you are looking at his picture right now, because Eminem is descendant of Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. That is why he's been made that popular. He's a descendant of a king, an elite, an imp king. So as you can see right here, when you look at the genetic resemblance, because if you listen to any of Eminem's song, he's always portraying himself as a Bill Clinton. Let's pull up one song right now before we continue on. So one of the songs right here is called Eminem, My Name Is. So why would he say my name is right here? Because he's trying to tell you that his name is really not Eminem, Marshall Mathers, which is originally the name that they gave to him, because Eminem is a Clinton. And right here in the song, if you play it and listen to the latter parts of the song or anywhere in the song, you always find out that Eminem is portraying Bill Clinton. This is how the elite, who have been deceived that they are great witches, sorcerers, they are able to show you the truth, tell you the truth in plain sight, but you will never get it because they try to make it look as satire or comedy by playing whom their parents are in most cases, because they also lie to you at the same time when they do it. And certain artists or celebrities trying to satire another artist because they mix it up. But when you pay close attention to the genetic resemblance, an example right here in Eminem, you will definitely see that Eminem is a Clinton. And we have detailed files on all this.
For anybody when I want my happiness.
So Eminem, who is known by his official name as Marshall Bruce Mathers III, there's a reason why we're calling that name that way. Because when you get to the shape of world, you'll understand why he's called Marshall Bruce Mathers III. He's a son of Hillary Clinton. That is why Eminem is so popular. It's not because he has any talent, as everybody who can understand, who have heard Eminem before, know that this animal, an albino, anybody with straight hair, because he's an animal who grows a tail, if not for the folic acid, the prenatal drugs, the inbred and crossbred food which we are fed, the poisonous food which are fed, which all contains fluorine, Eminem would grow a huge long tail for all to see that this is an animal. and not human in any way, shape, or form. Because as we've always shown you, which a lot of black people have always disregarded, the hair on your head tells you, as a black man, a black woman, that you are human, because there is no animal in this world who has that type of hair. All animals have straight hair, even the birds that fly in the sky, or the chicken that you see, the hair is all straight. And that is the hair that you find on everybody who is not black. But you never paid attention. But the elites of this world, the black elites, which we have shown you their faces, from Denzel Washington to Barack Obama, and the kings of Nigeria, in Mike Adenoga, in Goodluck Jonathan, who happened to be a president, and he's also descended from another president of Nigeria. They lied to the whole world and made prestige of animals. This is how despicable the elites are. That they can make a monkey, dress up a monkey with clothes and put makeup on, and tell them that these are the people whom you should worship, that these are the people who made everything that you enjoy today, instead of the fact that Africans produce every single thing that the world uses today. And meanwhile, they are despised and oppressed, especially Nigerians, for a very specific reason, which you will only know when you get to the shape of a world, because it's not information for the public who are wicked. They don't deserve anything, but wickedness happened to them. They made you believe these lies. And through poverty, divisions of every kind, divide and conquer tactics, making sure the public has different mindsets and different belief systems, so that they will never gather together onto the elite, who are the real enemy of humanity. In the celebrities, the politicians, the descendants of the kings, they have lied to black people all over the world. They are demons, albinos. Anybody with straight hair are anything but an animal that should be in the bush. And you've worshipped and adored them to your own demise. They made this possible. But you know, they've tried to make poverty and ignorance and fear to be a part of the population, so that the population can always be controlled. But there's something greater than ignorance and fear and lies. The most terrifying thing that should ever happen in a world full of lies is the truth. And that's what you're hearing today.
Can it come? I want to know. Say you not go love. Say you not go love another baby. Can it come your son? Can it come? I want to know. Say you not go love. Say you not go love. Araduko. Imagine paradaya. Araduko. Orudide. Yebanega. Araduko. Imagine paradaya. Araduko. For anybody when I want my happiness.
So Eminem right here is a son of Hillary Clinton. We're not going to tell you who the father is, because you should understand by now, even though for people who have heard it before, that it's not possible for Hillary Clinton to have been impregnated by Bill Clinton, because Bill Clinton is a female. And Bill Clinton is also, we pause at that particular point in time, you understand the full history in the shape of a world for those who will get a hands on it. And now, you know the truth, that Eminem is only in this sphere of being so popular, so worshipped, so adored, and being made for us to believe is a great talent, when he has mediocre ability in every way, shape, or form, all because he is descended from an imp king, in which Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton are descended from. You understand the history now? So if you've been listening to Dr. Dre and every black artist out there try to tell you that Marshall Mathers Eminem is a great artist, one of the greatest of all times, you've probably heard them say that a lot. You've probably heard Lil Wayne say it, but now he's recanting. You've probably heard The Game say it, now he's recanting. All the popular black hip-hop artists are now recanting that Eminem is not great. Why? Because they know that their time was soon coming in which the world will really know who they are. Because we have been warning the elite for long time, saying desist from your wickedness before you are risking public exposure. And this is that public exposure. Because if they did what we told them, all this would not happen. But because they are trying to show that they have real power when they don't have anything, they are going to be taught a lesson in manners. There's a creator. He gave them free will. And so must you give free will to the public also. You can't control their will. You can't foster everything on them and make it look like it's the only thing that they have to do. The creator gave all the wicked free will, said, do as you wish, okay? Let the people also choose whom they desire. Let them choose either to do truth and righteousness or evil and wickedness, which you have given to them. You can't make the whole world believe that only evil and wickedness does exist. You, the elite, have lied to us, lied to the whole world about who you are. Why do the elite have to lie to you about their true identity? For example, Eminem here. Instead, he tells you in code that he's a Clinton in his videos, such as the one we showed you, which is called My Name Is. Why do they have to lie to you? Because if you are really saying that what you are doing is good, is for the good of the public, because here's how the elite lie on the public whom they've deceived for so long. Everything they do, they tell you it is for the good of the public, because once the public hears that, the public actually believes that someone you do not know, someone you have never had a relationship with in any way, shape, or form, can be good to you. That is how stupid the wicked, dumb, ignorant public have been deceived. You meet someone on the street that you do not know his name. He's never met you before. And all of a sudden he wants to be good to you. Why? Somebody doing something for you means that they have a relationship with you. But the government, the elites, have no relationship whatsoever with you. They do not even know your name. Why would they want to be good to you? That is how the wicked, evil of this world have been deceived. So, why do the elite have to lie to you about who they are and their identity and the identity of their household and children? It's because they know that what they do is evil and wicked. They foster themselves on you and try to pretend that they came from your own choosing, such as the public has been deceived all their lives that elections are real, that they get to choose the people that they elect. But they do not show you that the reason why the public cannot get to choose the people that they so-called foster on them in the elections, they use money. Money is the tool of control. Because if you want to get into any political office, you have to pick up a form. The form requires a certain amount of dollars that you cannot pay because you don't have that kind of money. So that's how money is used to control the public. And the public will believe through the so many lies they tell you. For example, in Obama's election, that the public contributed a certain amount of dollars for him to be able to get into office. It's all a fraud. It never happened. They just told you that. So the elite lie to you because they know that what they are doing is evil and wicked. Because if they were to say that Eminem here was a Clinton, Everybody, the public would ask question, is it only the Clintons who get to be president and then their son in Eminem gets to be a household name in hip-hop artists? The public would know there is something wrong. That one family cannot just be in everything, because it means that the family is preventing everybody else from getting in it, and they would attack them. So for them to have their peace of mind and to be able to sleep at home while deceiving you, they have to lie to the public about their children, and the people in front of your faces are still being part of the family, so the public does not rise up and gang up against them. But the elites are also very stupid and dumb, that even after they have done that, they are still being unreasonably, we can't even put it in words, the amount of wickedness that they do to the public. For example, in COVID-19, which we told them, if you do not continue along this path, your secrets will not be exposed. But they did not hear, because they were deceived by the false scriptures they translated, that they would be able to subdue the whole world. Instead, that it meant they would subdue the whole entire wicked generation of people who were living in these last days, and not everybody. So therefore, the wicked elites lie to you about who they are, their true identities, because they want to live and their descendants to continue to being the rich and wealthy which the public should worship and adore and bow down to, because they do not want any equality in society. And even though that we cannot all be equals, because the Creator did not create us as equals.
Ocho meta ni malo, no meta ni mate, se, kana minimal. Bitch, oh yeah, go down low. Sherry vase para allá. Can you come this up? Can you come? I want to know. Say you not go love, say you not go love another baby. Can you come this up? Can you come? I want to know. Say you not go love, say you not go love. Araduko, imagine paradaya. Araduko, orudide, you gonna go. Araduko, imagine paradaya. Araduko. For anybody when I want my happiness. Can you come? Can you come? I want to know. Say you not go love, say you not go love another baby. Can you come this up? Can you come? I want to know. Say you not go love, say you not go love. Araduko, imagine paradise.
A woman who is not as strong as a man and cannot be equal to a man, because equality means the same. A woman is not the same with a man. That's the meaning of equality. We are not the same, but we are not far less important or mediocre. We have 5 fingers on our hands. The 5 fingers are not the same. That's how they use words, so that people do not understand the meaning of words. Equality just means the same. If they had used the word the same, people would understand the meaning far more better than using the word equal. 5 fingers on your hand are not the same. That's the meaning of equality. But because they are not the same, you can't say that your little finger is less important. If you cut it off, you're going to be in pain. You're not going to be able to grab onto things. This is how they've used the English words to twist the meanings of things so people do not understand. The Creator did not make us all the same. You cannot say that the goat that you eat, even though it is not the same with you, is less important. You need it for food to survive. We are not the same, but we are by no means not necessary. Everything has a purpose and design. But the elite have to use this word equality, which a lot of people will not understand the meaning until they listen to this video. They believe that they have to make sure that you are not the same with them. That's what this is all about. Why? Because they are the elite. They do not want you to be elite or to the same with them. That is their only reason for living. But that's how confused they are. Because we were not made to be the same. We were all made to have a purpose and design. And that's where they missed it. And so because they have rocked up this incredible idea and false idea of equality, they do not want the public to be equal, the same with them. So they have to oppress you day and night. That is the reason why they lie to you about the identity of their household and children, because they know that what they do is evil and wicked. They want to be fostered, they want you to worship them, but the public does not want the worship of a man. And even though they know that this is wicked, because they want you to worship them, they also want to live, and they want their descendants to thrive. But you can't be evil and wicked, which means going against the natural order which the Creator has made, is being evil and wicked, because everything that natural order tells them not to do, they do. Example in homosexuality, which is rampant among the elite. That is why they have to foster homosexuality on the public, and then they have to make the public to be homosexuals to cover up that they are the ones who are homosexuals and the ones that the public should be targeting. So, evil and wickedness is a sickness. It's a corruption that kills. You can't be evil and wicked and live because you're sick. But this is what the elite expect, and this is all the wicked of the world expect, that you should be wicked, which is a sickness, and live. Sick people don't live, they die. So that is why the elite lie to you about whom they are, their identity. They give themselves different last names, change their last names so the public will never be able to track them to know that they are still alive. This is why when you go back in history and read about all the kings, the European kings, the Habsburgs, or whatever name that they come up with, you don't find them anymore. Why? Because they all changed their names and bear different names of different ethnicities today to hide. But they're still very alive. All the great kings, all the pharaohs of old, they are still here. So you can see the genetic resemblance here that Eminem is actually a son of Hillary Clinton. Let's pull up a picture now of Eminem with the so-called mother whom claims to be Eminem's mother, Debbie Nelson, and see if he does resemble her in any way, shape, or form. You find out that Debbie Nelson is not the real mother of Eminem, Marshall Bruce Mathers III, but it's just a guardian, because all this, as we've told you, the elite raise their children in different households, so we do not know that they are their children, and they give them different last names. So here is an image of Debbie Nelson over here, who is claimed to be the mother of Eminem and Eminem. I want you to take a good look. Who does Eminem resemble more? Does he resemble Debbie Nelson, or does he resemble more Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton? Let's pull up those picture comparisons now. So here is a picture. And I want you to always recall A child always resembles the parents. You have believed the false stories because, as we've told you, anytime we tell you the truth right here and you hear it, because a lot of people are deceived into actually thinking that they hear the truth. But anytime we tell you the truth and you go back to eating all the fast food that you eat at your different restaurants, from McDonald's to whatever name in fast foods are, and you're not cooking your own food, what we are telling you is going to go in one ear and leave the other ear. But you will think that you know something, but you don't know anything. Because why? Let me make you understand something. It's very, very easy. We've told you this before, but you never paid attention. Evil came into this world through eating the wrong food. Why people are evil and corrupt in this world, the basis, the foundation for that evil comes from the food. But this, the government do not want you to know. That's why they feed you. That's why they make every food for you and you do not make any of your own. But people do not know this. Look at every American in this world. They are fat and obese. And when you're fat and obese, you cannot think. We read to you a scripture in which the Creator said, these people are fat. Fat comes from eating the wrong food. People do not know that. You do not just get fat. If you're eating the wrong food, you're going to get fat. And once you become fat, you are evil. Fat people are therefore very evil. In black people, when we talk about people here, we're not talking about anybody who's not black. So the Creator told the remnant, these people are fat. And therefore they do not hear and cannot see that they should return unto me and that I should heal them. All evil in this world came through eating the wrong food, which we have told you started with the tree which Adam and Eve were not supposed to eat from. The tree of fluorine, because fluorine had a different purpose. It was not to be consumed as food. That is why the government feeds you. So every time you think that you are hearing the truth that we speak to you, and you are eating the fast food, you do not know how to cook your own food. You're not cooking your own food to make sure that you take care of what you put inside of your body. You are evil. It doesn't matter what we say to you. You go back to doing the same things that you were doing before. Evil. But you think you know something. That is the power of fluorine. It deceives your senses. But today, as we're talking, because sound dissociates fluorine, but if you do not do the hard work of making sure that you take care of what you eat, you go back to being evil. That is the reason why when we tell you the truth, it seems like some people will keep up with the truth for a few short days, months, and then they fall off. Why? Because they go back to eating all the corrupt food, the poisonous food, which keeps animals, albinos, anybody with straight who grow tails to look human. And then they forget everything. Because people are not consistent with the truth. If you're consistent with the truth, you need not be convinced to do something over and over again. Because every time it seems like we have to tell people to cajole them back into doing the truth. Why do they need to be cajoled? Because they are not convinced. Why are they not convinced? Because they go back to eating of the same terrible food which the government gives them, instead of putting all their hard work and dedication to making sure that they grow their own food.
Ocho meta ni malo, no meta ni mate, se, kana mini malo. Voy a go down low, Sherry Vasi Baraja. Can you come can you come? I want to know. Say you not go love, say you not go love another baby. Can you come can you come? I want to know. Say you not go love, say you not go love.
So it's been known throughout history which the government has changed such that people do not understand the importance of cooking and growing your own food. If you go into the New Testament, you're going to find a lot of portions of scripture which say that eating food or food does not commend us to the Creator or God as they put it in the New Testament. This is a lie. That portion of scripture was written by the elite to lie to you about the importance of food, because people do not understand, as the ancients, as Daniel here, which we're going to read to you, understood that all evil in this world comes through food that you eat. That is why we've always made mention of this fact to you. We've told you before that people take drugs. Drugs is food. It's made from food. It's chemically made from food. All evil comes through the world, through food. That is why the Creator told Adam and Eve, do not eat of this tree. Because when you eat of it, what happens? You become corrupt. You bring forth evil. You go against natural order. So the government downplays the importance of you growing your own food and eating your own food, but rather they want to grow the food for you because they do know that if you grow your own food, you're going to be free of them. But as long as you keep eating the food that they give you at their fast food restaurants and all the manufactured food which you do not grow, you are definitely breeding evil. So the ancients of old knew how important food was. That is why the Creator told the remnant, do not bring any cooked food to the high priest. Make sure that all the food that you bring is not cooked. And in the words which they mistakenly wrote into scripture wrongly, they called it leaven. Do not bring any leaven food to the high priest. But that's wrong. Wrong translation. It meant do not bring any cooked food. So we want to read here from Daniel chapter 1 so you see the importance of food, because people have read these stories and do not understand. Here, Daniel is being served by King Nebuchadnezzar. King Nebuchadnezzar tells Daniel, eat the foods that I eat. But Daniel, who was a high priest, who knows that all the food which the king, the elite, the government feeds you is poisonous and will only bring forth evil, denied it. But pastors have read this scripture and they never told you the meaning of it. That every food which the government, the kings of this earth, supply to you is evil. Let's read it now. So we're reading from Daniel chapter 1 and we're reading from verse number 5. And it says, and the king appointed them a daily portion from the king's table and from the wine which he drank, and to nourish them 3 years, and afterwards they should stand before the king. And Daniel proposed in his mind that he would not defile himself. Why is the word defile used here? They do not want you to understand that it means corruption. Eating the wrong food corrupts you. It makes you evil. But they do not want you to understand that in scripture, so they switched up the words and used the word defile. So Daniel here proposed in his mind that he would not corrupt himself with eating the king's food, because all the food which the government feeds you is poisonous. That is how they control your mind, because all the food contains fluorine, and fluorine distorts your senses. You think you're seeing, but you're not seeing. You think you're hearing, but you're not hearing. You think that you're smelling, but you're not smelling. You think that you're tasting, but you're not tasting. You think that you're touching, but you're not touching. And when all your senses get corrupted, your understanding is null and void. That is why people are so stupid and wicked in the world. They are eating all the food, all the processed food. all the packaged foods, all the foods that they do not grow. They do not who grows them. They just eat it. And they become wicked, evil, corrupt, and sick. As the Creator had told Adam, do not eat of this tree. If you eat of this food, you will die. You become sick and corrupt. The same thing still goes on till today. Grow your own food. Cook your own food. Eat your own food. So, when you're convinced of something, all right, and you need motivation to do something, it means that you are not doing that thing out of your own free will. You need to be convinced to do it. If you need conviction to do anything, it means that you are not doing that thing out of your own free will and volition. You will never have any benefit in it. You do not need conviction. Once you require conviction, it means that you do not trust in what you're doing. That means you're being cajoled into it. And why do you need for us to convince you? Because you're still eating the government food instead of trying to work to make sure that you grow your own food so you are free of this system as a black person. Because that's the reason why every black revolution has failed, because you've all been shadow boxing. But getting back to what we're saying right here, since now we're talking to you and your minds are open for the very first time, I want you to pay close attention to the pictures on your screen. And look, does Eminem here resemble his mother, the so-called mother that you all know, the public mother, Debbie Nelson? Or does he resemble more Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton? So take a good look now again. Eminem compared to Debbie Nelson, the so-called mother that you guys believe is actually his real mother. And Eminem compared to Bill Clinton, since we've already shown you the picture of Eminem being compared to Hillary Clinton. Who does Eminem resemble more? Your eyes now see. Because for a temporary moment right now, the sound of our voice has dissociated the fluorine in your body such that it does not cloud your eyes, your hearing, your sense of tastes, your sense of smell, and your sense of touch. But if you do not grow your own food, it's not going to last, because we live in a physical world. Things are done physically. You have to do the work. Otherwise, no matter what we tell you, it's not going to have a lasting effect. After a couple of minutes or hours or days, depending on how much huge fluorine you have in your body, you will go back to doing the same thing that you've always done, but yet you believe that you know the truth. This is how people are deceived and deceived into the lake of fire. So there it is for you to see and make the comparison to see the genetic resemblance that Eminem is a son of Bill and Hillary Clinton. And there's something very sinister going on between Hillary and Bill Clinton, which you will only find out for those who have the privilege, the opportunity to own the shape of the world, because the shape of the world is not for everyone. It's for only those who deserve the truth, the real truth, and nothing but the truth. Let's continue on.
Ocho meta ni malo, no meta ni mate, se, kana mini malo. Oh yeah, go down low, Sherry Vasi Baraja. Can you come listen? Can you come? I want to know. Say you not go love, say you not go love another baby. Can it come to some? Can it come? I want to know. Say you not gonna know. Say you not gonna know.
So next up on our series to show you the kings, the descendants of the king, at this particular point in time, presenting to you the junior Illuminati, the people who rule the world through the Vatican. I want you to understand that. The Vatican runs the world, but the people who give them the instructions on how to do it, these are the faces that we are presenting to you, the junior Illuminati, everybody that you're finding on this particular video series. Remember, we have told you that if you do not see the names and faces of anybody that we're presenting to you on this video, it means that they belong to the senior Illuminati. Now, your minds may run long and wide, but you have no idea about what you're thinking, because if we do not present it to you, what you are thinking about is false and not correct. We do not want the senior Illuminati to understand what's going to happen to them, because they are no longer safe in their houses and homes. Their children, their wives, their girlfriend, their grandchildren, none of them are safe anymore because of all the wickedness they have brought to black people. Sergio Oliva here happens to be one of the founders, or let's say forerunners, of what is known as Mr. Olympia competition in history. If we are right, he happened to be the bodybuilder who won the Mr. Olympia at the second time of its inception. Now, why are we so interested in bodybuilding? Reason number one is because if you've understood anything we've told you before, up to this particular point in time, the elites understand this concept very well, but the public is yet to understand it. Remember, they always tell you that it's mind over body, all right? That is not true. It's not mind over body. Why? Because when man became a fleshy being, as we are today, it was no longer mind over body. Why? Because all the impulses that your mind receives, it comes through the body. So as we're talking to you right now, you're hearing the sound through your ears, which is your physical body. It now goes into your mind. That's one thing you have to understand. But the elites understand this concept, but they have to preach it to you in a wrong way, because they know this truth, that if you're not strong physically in your body, your mind cannot be strong. They know this. If you have a weak body, the mind cannot be strong for you to stand up against anything. If you're sick, which is the meaning of weakness in the body, your mind is not strong. You're not able to think about things correctly and properly. All what your mind is concentrated on is getting well. Why? Because it's body over mind. The body has to be strong, and then the mind will be strong. Because a strong mind can never stay in a weak body. That is why we are always concerned about the subject of bodybuilding, because it has to do with making your body strong. Your body has to be strong before your mind is strong. The reason why Americans are weak and evil and fat is because the body is weak. They are eating all the inbred and fast food that they get from their restaurants, which are all poisonous, which are meant to keep animals, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, looking human. And therefore, as long as they eat that food, their body is weak. Their mind can never be strong. And the elites know this. So that's why they can run circles around you all day. And as we've told you, if you listen to us and you go back and eat all the inbred and fast food that you eat from McDonald's, Jack in the Box, or whatever name of fast food that's out there, the fluorine, which is the essence of poisons, will make you think that you know something, but you are only deceiving yourself to the lake of fire because you are not growing your own food. It is the reason why all black revolutions have failed, except unless the black people start growing their own food, no matter how you want to grow it. You will always be subservient to the system because you do not know how anything is made. Everything they have told you in America by these albinos demons, the literal children of Satan who go tales, everything they have told you about how everything is made is a lie. None of them is the truth. And we did bring some truth to you. We wanted to see how the public would grab the truth and go for it when we told you how petroleum is made. But you never grabbed onto it. So that's why the Americans are going to suffer for denying truth.
Can you come this up? Can you come? I want to know. Say you not go love. Say you not go love another baby. Can you come this up? Can you come? I want to know. Say you not go love. Say you not go love.
This video, even though it's intended for an American audience, the Americans are not the audience. It is for the Africans. And you should hear us loud and clear. We're not talking about African Americans. Africans. Those who can still speak their language and remember where they come from. This is for you. The Americans will never grasp this at this particular point in history. Maybe later on they will, but that is when it will get so worse for them because they deny the truth that we're speaking to them right now.
For anybody when I want my happiness. Can you come? Can you come? I want to know. Say you not go love. Say you not go love another baby. Can you come?
Continuing on, Sergio Oliva here happens to be known as a Cuban American bodybuilder. He's one of the greats in bodybuilding and the Mr. Olympia competition because it said that he won it 3 times, as you can see on the screen. So why are we so interested in bodybuilding? Because we know that mental health, please pay attention if you've never heard this before. Mental health is tied to your body's health, your physical health. What does that mean? You have to be engaged in physical activity for you to have any mental capabilities. If you're lying on your couch and you're not eating right and you're not working out, you can never ever have the mental ability and capability to go against this system. Anybody who goes to war has to be fit. This is one thing you never tell you. If you are in a war as you have been right from the day that you were born, because people don't understand that politics, which is used, the government, which runs the world, which runs on politics, politics is war without guns. People always think that the only way to kill a human being is through a gun. No, you don't need a gun. You can do it through poisons. You can do it through lies and deception. You have been in a war since the day that you were born, but you did not realize this till now. Because why? You're eating all the food which the government feeds you. You are not interested in what you're putting into your body and you're not physically active. You think that going from a air-conditioned house to an air-conditioned place of work in which everything is given to you is making you strong and that you're okay. You are weak and you put yourself on a deathbed without knowing. So therefore, as black people, you have been in a war even before you were born. But you don't realize that because they've lied to you that wars are only fought with guns. This is the biggest lie of all time. Wars are not only fought with guns, because we have to remember this. Way back in history, before the idea of gunpowder came to be, which you're going to know about it, and how to produce your own gunpowder in the shape of a world for those who will know, wars were fought with what? Spears, knives, and swords. There was no guns involved. But this is how the elites have managed to deceive you that wars are only fought with guns. You can fight wars with anything without a gun and still win. And you have to understand one thing right now. what has killed people the most in history has not been guns. It's been poisons. The vaccinations that they give you from a child, the prenatal drugs, all the poisonous food that the government feeds you, which is laced with fluorine, and you're going to find out how that is laced with fluorine in every way, shape, or form when you get to the shape of a world for those who will own it. The greatest amount of deaths has not come from guns. Because if you take a look at when guns became to be the mainstay in history, it's recent. But can you account for the number of people who have died before guns were invented? Guns don't even match up. Lies and deception with poisons is the number one killer of humanity, and humanity are the only people who are black. Because I want you to understand this. There's a man who was called Jim Jones, okay? In the Jim Jones Guyana massacre, Jim Jones convinced his whole population to take up poisons. And in one day, through poisons, he killed so many people than a gunshot with how many rounds could kill. So who kills the most? Lies and deception kills the most with poisons. So the government has deceived you, not to understanding that they have been killing more people than ever. More people have died in this particular time that we are living in than all the people who have lived since creation up till now. Why? Through lies, deception, and poisons. So do not be deceived that wars are only done with guns. You may need guns. So, therefore, Sergio Oliva here, which we will address as Sergio Oliva Sr., because he has a son which is called Sergio Oliva Jr., which we're going to reveal to you, which he has made us to understand is the only son or descendant he has. This is how the elite operate. So wicked. They have children scattered everywhere because we've told you the number one job of a king is to make sure that he has his descendants scattered everywhere, so that at every point and influence in society, there's a relative to the king. These people have spread themselves into every single facet of life that it's almost unbelievable at this point. But it's only unbelievable if you do not understand that the way the world has always been run has been run by ethnicities and clans. Because at the inception, after the Tower of Babel, the world was divided into ethnicities, and each ethnicity had his own place of abode and influence. But what happens if you have a king who has a descendant in every ethnicity? He's able to control them all. That is what you were watching in Lord of the Rings, but you did not understand. All the people in Lords of the Rings which you watched, they were all related by what? Ancestry and marriage. But you never caught that. But now you know. So this is a picture of Sergio Oliva Sr. And according to what we now know, he only had a son called Sergio Oliva Jr. Let's pull up a picture now. So this is the face of Sergio Oliva Jr., the only son or child per se publicized, which has been made by the world to believe that Sergio Oliva has. But people do not know that Sergio Oliva has a slew of children and a brother in the Olympia competitions, and they have all won the Olympia competition. Why? Because as we have told you, all the great organizations which say they produce and organize talent or people with abilities only organize and make sure that the children of the elite are the only ones who win those organized talent or ability competitions. Why? Because they are the only ones who are supposed to be adored and worshipped. And there has to be an excuse for them to be able to spend their ill-gotten wealth stolen from the hard work of black people, so that black people do not ask questions and go after them, so that they can live securely in their stolen blood money of the hard work of black people, which they have enslaved and oppressed to be who they are. All a show. So Sergio Oliva has a slew of children unknown to the world. But the first on the calling card today is called Phil Heath. Remember this name, Phil Heath. Now, Phil Heath here, just like his father Sergio Oliva, which the world does not know, is a 7-time consecutive winner of the Mr. Olympia. Let's pull up his profile now. So here is Phil Heath's profile. It says here Phil Heath. Phil Gerard Heath, born December 18, 1979, is an American IFBB professional bodybuilder. He's a 7-time Mr. Olympia winner, having won the competition every year from 2011 to 2017. So Phil Heath here won the Olympia 7 consecutive times. Now, during this whole entire period that Phil Heath here won the Olympia, there were far more better bodybuilders who were in better physiques than Phil Heath, but none of them could win it. Why? Because as we've told you, all the so-called talent organizations which are organized around the world is organized only for the children of the elite to be in it and win it, because they have to be given that status in society as the elite, and they have to have a backstory, the rags to riches story on how they spend all the ill-gotten wealth which they have. Because according to the stories that we are told every day that black people have been told, they have told you that black people haven't achieved anything, they did not create anything, that everything that we use today in this world was made by demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who all grow tails, who cannot even wipe their own butt, who can take showers every day. These are the animals, because they are not even human beings, that we've been made to believe discovered everything that we use today. But the elites, the kings, the descendants of the kings, all the names that we have shown you on today's video are the people making these stories possible. Why? Because as kings, for them to be king, they need to oppress and suppress society, because they believe in what? That a king is not equal to a subject, and the subject is supposed to serve the king. Who thought about all these ideas? Black folk. Let's continue on. So every time Phil Heath won the Olympia, the bodybuilding world and those who were the fans who would go to these shows would question why he won it. Because from 2011 to 2017, the only time that it looked like Phil Heath was in great condition and could be lied to the public that he deserved to win the Mr. Olympia was in 2011. Because after that time period, Phil Heath's lats were blown out. The lats means the muscles underneath your armpits. and his abs, that means his abdomen, started bloating. He was totally out of shape, but he kept winning it year after year. So here is a picture comparison showing you how Heath was so out of shape, and the only time that he won, or we could say that he was fostered upon the public to have looked in shape to win the Mr. Olympia, was only 2011. Because I want you guys to take a very good look at this picture, because I am a bodybuilding fanatic and I have been made to understand by the priesthood, as we have told you on this particular segment right now, that they've been telling us that the mind controls the body, or when they say that it's always mind over body. But it is not true. It's body over mind. If you do not have a strong body, your mind's not going to be strong. That is the reason why when people see, they don't see well. Why? Because fluorine is in the body. It's clouding your eyesight, so you don't see right. Fluorine will be in your ears. It's clouding your ears. You don't hear right. Fluorine is in your mouth, so you don't taste right. Fluorine is in your nose, so you don't smell right. Fluorine is in your body when you touch, so when you touch, you don't get the right sensation back. And when all of those senses are clouded, what happens? Your mind lacks understanding. But the elite, the kings, the descendants of the kings, do not want you to understand that for you to be strong, your body needs to be strong. Otherwise, your mind cannot mentally be strong. They know that. That is why they feed you poisons day and night. That is why when you see what they tell you, because of the fluorine clouded in all the food that you're eating from the fast food restaurants, which you do not cook or grow, what happens? Your understanding is null and void, and you cannot see reality, understand it. So as a bodybuilding fanatic, I want to show you these pictures correctly so you see why the fans could not understand, not just the fans, but the competition who were bodybuilding with Heath. His competitors could not understand why Heath was always made to win the bodybuilding shows. Besides the fact that the competitors noticed that something was very wrong, because Heath was a known cheater. That means in very specific shows, Heath would step out of line, because when you go to a bodybuilding show, there is a line in which all the competitors are not supposed to cross. It was a known fact that Heath always stepped out of that line to look bigger in front of the judges, all right? And the judges never deducted a point from him. Let's pull up a picture now to show you that. So here is an image to show you that of how Heath was a known cheater, but was never ever disqualified by the judges. And the competitors, because there are some competitors who are going to be in the Mr. Olympia who are not descendants of the kings or the elite. They are going to be in there. Now, why do they allow some of these competitors from the public to get in? And sometimes they might allow them to get the occasional one-time win. An example in the man called Sean Roden, who died about a year or 2 years after winning the Mr. Olympia for the very first time, who had one of the greatest physiques of all time that you could ever see. But as much as he was good, he never won. Why? Because of Mr. Heath, man. Now, look at Mr. Heath right here. You can see that all these bodybuilders right here are standing on this line. If you follow my mouse right here, all right? Standing on this line right here, all the way down, right? Notice Heath is the one standing right here, and look, his feet is outside of the line. If any of these other competitors step out of line like that to make a pose for the judges, they would be disqualified and deducted a point. But Heath, for the 7 times that he won the Mr. Olympia, never, ever got a point deducted, and he did this on purpose because Heath is smaller. Because naturally in bodybuilding, they say that the bigger physiques always win. But Heath here was a smaller man. Why did he always have to win? Because Heath is a descendant of the kings of the earth, and his real father is Sergio Oliva, which nobody knows. So Kai Green, there was a competitor called Kai Green who could not understand why Phil Heath always won. Now, remember what I told you. They do allow people from the public to get into certain positions, all right, to be used as cover, so it will look like the public can get to the positions of being the elite or receive the same kind of status in society, but they are only used for a cover, and they'll only allow them win one time. And remember what you told you, for any of the public to get to that position, they are all compromised by what? Homosexuality. So remember that. So Kai Green, who was a very stiff competitor of Phil Heath, always wondered why Phil Heath always won. Because even though Kai Green was not so outstanding, remember, but he was better than Phil Heath because his lats were not blown out. That means his lats were not damaged. His stomach was not bloating. All right. So he had a far more better physique for the whole entire time period that he contested against Phil Heath in 4 Mr. Olympias, and he could never win. So he got tired and stopped competing in the Mr. Olympia and went to the judges to ask what was the criteria. And the stupid, wicked animals, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tail judges never told Kai Green that the reason why Phil Heath always wins is because they have been instructed that he should win the Olympia. Why? Because he's a descendant. Mr. Phil Heath is a descendant of the elite in Sergio Oliva, who had so many children. But the world was made to believe that he had only one son in Sergio Oliva Jr. Let's continue. Therefore, showing you these pictures, I want you to now take a good look at what we are going to show you. Here is Phil Heath's lat. So the latissimus muscles, which we just will call very, very briefly here, lat muscles, are the muscles beneath or underneath your armpits, as you can see right here with my mouse pointing at it, all right? Now, if you go over here, you're going to see that this lat muscles is not the same. It's not flaring out as it's flaring out here. In this picture is in 2017 from Phil Heath, and this one is 2011. You can see the lat muscles flare out. In here, it is injured. You can see here, right here. It doesn't flare out anymore because it's injured. So in bodybuilding, when your lat muscles are blown out like this, that means damaged, as it is with Phil Heath. You can never win. Now, Phil Heath won the Mr. Olympia 6 consecutive times since 2011 when his lat muscles were damaged. Look at the tummy right here, all right? Phil Heath's tummy. Phil Heath's tummy is blown out. He has a hernia. You can see this small belly button sticking out. That's a sign of hernia. And with this stupendous caricature looking physique, Phil Heath won the Mr. Olympia 6 consecutive times when there were far more better competitors there to win. The only time he lost was in 2018 when Mr. Sean Roden won, and then 1 year later, Mr. Sean Roden was disqualified from the Olympia because they said that he raped a demon, an albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail. That is why we tell you that every black male who has children marries and procreates with a demon, an albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail, is complicit in the suffering of black people. You cannot trust them and you cannot bring them in to your revolution as a black person because they are all snitches. Their love is for demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair. They will never support you. So Sean Roden was married to a demon, an albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail. and had a child. But 1 year later, after he was disqualified from the Olympia, the Mr. Olympia of 2019, because they knew if he showed up, he would win again, because he was just made to win as a cover-up. But Sean Roden, not understanding the game, as the public don't know what the elites are doing, always believe in fair competition when they get into the positions that they are in, not knowing that they have been used, compromised through homosexuality to get there. So Sean Roden wanted to compete again, all right, in 2020, because he took the case to court for whatever reason. The Olympia had to, when the judges who now saw Sean Roden had the money, he had the money to go to court, and the judges would have said that he should not be disqualified for the Mr. Olympia because the case is at court. There's no judgment being passed because they have to hear his own side of the story to make a judgment. Then all of a sudden, in 2020, Sean Roden died. He died. So, what are we saying now? As we're showing you right here, only the elites. This is how terrible, as we have been telling you, what happens. Because the public do not know that they have been scammed by the black elites, who are single-handedly responsible for the suffering of black people worldwide, the killing and oppression of black people worldwide, because they single-handedly made the story of slavery and dehumanization of black people below animals. It's a terrible thing. We cannot even go into words to explain how terrible this is. That the very people that black people go to talk about their problems in the so-called black elite, which they will go to and talk, are the very same people who are killing them and will kill them if they know that they are getting too close to knowing that the truth of black enslavement has been done by the black elites. Not animals, not demons, not imps, by the black elite of this world, who are the true kings and queens of this world. But they have hidden under different names and different stories throughout history, changed their names so the black population would not know that it's them. That is how sad the story is. So therefore, Mr. Phil Heath here is a son of Sergio Oliva, and he has two other siblings who know that they are siblings, and even has an uncle, a brother of Sergio Oliva, who also won the Mr. Olympia competition. Why? Because as we've told you, all these talent organizations and all the high places and pinnacles of influence in society are all designed for the elite. And then they act as gatekeepers to make sure nobody else comes in, and they give the public sad stories on why the public who have greater ability cannot get to the pinnacles of the places of influence in society, which is called a pinnacle, the highest of the highest. For example, in the Mr. Olympia, which is considered the pinnacle of bodybuilding. And we told you how they do it. They use money. Because in bodybuilding, before you can get to the Olympia stage, you have to have a sponsorship. So they create all these avenues and use money to control the public from getting in there. And the public will not, as we've always told you, the public never question or wrestle with money, because they've been made to believe that money is what it is, instead of the fact that the elite print money freely from a machine. And then they own all the banks and create money at free will. But since they've lied to us about economics and everything, the public believe it, not knowing that they've been set up and that money is used as a form of control to make sure that the public cannot get into the corridors of power to destabilize the elites. So another son of Sergio Oliva is called Larry Wheels. Larry Wheels is touted as one of the best weightlifting, powerlifting, deadlifting, squatting prodigy that has existed in a long, long time. He's broken several world records in the sport of weightlifting. Now, I want to ask you a question. Do you actually think that Larry Wheels, because Larry Wheels pretends as if he does not know that his father is Sergio Oliva, okay? Do you think that Larry Wheels is actually that great in weightlifting, or he's been made to be great in weightlifting through any form of drugs and disqualification of other real talent which comes from the public, so that Larry Wheels, as a descendant of Sergio Oliva, can enjoy the ill-gotten wealth of his father because they are descended of the kings of the earth? Do you think so? So let's show you a picture of Larry Wheels here compared with Sergio Oliva. It will look like you're looking at a twin because why? Remember, children always resemble their parents. A lion gives birth to a lion, and the lion which is given birth to will resemble the lion that gave birth to it in their parents. So here is a picture comparison first of Larry Wheels here with Sergio Oliva. It looks like you're looking at the same person. Why? Because genetic resemblance. Children resemble their parents. Let's pull up another picture right now. So the black and white images right here are images of Sergio Oliva. This is Sergio Oliva right here. This is Sergio Oliva right here. And this is his son, Larry Wheels. When you look at them, it looks like you're looking at a copy of the same person. But no, this is the son, Larry Wheels, whose last name is Williams. And this is Sergio Oliva, whose last name is Oliva. Names change because they do not want you to understand that everybody who is in a sphere of influence in your world, at the pinnacle of successes, are all descendants of the kings of old. And they have hidden in plain sight by changing their names, so the public will not know that they are the ones being scammed by not allowing them to progress, so that only the kings of this world, can be in positions and places of power to enjoy their wealth, their ill-gotten wealth, and go to sleep at night without worrying about that the public will attack them, for them oppressing and killing them, for them oppressing and enslaving them, and not allowing them to progress in life so that they only can be the kings of the earth. Do you see the genetic resemblance now between Sergio Oliva and his son in Larry Wheels, which the world does not know, but Larry Wheels here knows that his father is Sergio Oliva? So here is a picture of Sergio Oliva. Sergio Oliva is the one to the left. And here's a picture of his brother, unknown to the bodybuilding world, is called Dexter Jackson. Dexter Jackson is considered at this point in history the most decorated bodybuilder of all time. There is no medal in bodybuilding competition which Dexter Jackson, popularly known as the Blade, has not won. But I want you to take a good look at both their faces. You couldn't distinguish who is who between the two because these are siblings. And Dexter Jackson knows that. But Dexter Jackson, as a sibling of Sergio Oliva, his last name is Jackson, not Oliva. Why? So the public does not know that they have been scammed by the elite, the kings and descendants of the kings of the earth. At this particular point, we are presenting to you the junior Illuminati, the people who are killing and enslaving black people, dehumanizing them below animals. because they are the ones who make these stories possible. That black people were stolen as slaves or sold as slaves by animals, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, that they came to Africa and stole black people. And that they're the ones enslaving black people. That black people have never discovered anything. That is why they have for donkey years through YouTube, through every single media and avenue, tried to make the slave stories real. But there is no evidence or facts. They have their agents scattered on YouTube, which try to make the slave stories real. They always talk about this. Why? Because they want black people to be subdued so that they can be only the elite. And the elite means having money and wealth. So the stories do not matter to them, because why? They are the only people who have that kind of money, because they print money freely from a machine. These are the people who steal the hard work of black people day and night, murder and kill you without even having a wink, because they created these rags and riches stories to stay behind the scenes, to continue to hide in plain sight and be the lords with stupid, wicked, ignorant black people worship day and night, thinking that these are their saviors, not knowing that these are their killers. So this is why they do not teach you genetics or anything about genetics. Because if you were to know the truth, you will be able to see through the lies which they try to lie to you day and night. Because the public have always asked the question, why do the people that I see remind me of somebody else that I've seen before? And that is how the lie of cloning was brought upon the public. So the public can use that as closure and not question the people that they see before them to know that they've been scammed. Because when you take a good look here at Sergio Oliva to the left, all right, of our screen, all right, and you look at Dexter Jackson here, his brother, you see that they're exactly one and the same person. They are not a clone. They are siblings, because children always resemble their parents. And Dexter Jackson never told you this. Still showing genetic resemblance. On the left is Sergio Oliva Jr., the only son we are told publicly that Sergio Oliva, his father, has. On the right hand is Phil Heath, who is still a son of Sergio Oliva, but is not known because his name is Phil Heath. Look at the genetic resemblance. You can make a difference between both of them. Why? Because they are siblings. This is what genetic resemblance is. We all resemble our parents. And by looking at this picture, you couldn't even tell. But now you know, because you're being taught. So, as with the case with the elite, in which they organize ways to meet, because they have been fooled into thinking that they are indeed sorcerers, magicians, witches, and wizards, that they can do some sort of magic, and the public is not going to know what's going on because they are Freemasons and all that kind of bullshit, which they've been made to believe by the higher class of the elite, the ones at the very top, whose names we are not remotely mentioning here because we do not want them to understand what's going to happen to them. So, as usual, they create these scenarios in which the siblings and the brothers and the people of the family meet. They have so many ways of doing it. They organize it in movies, music, and so on and so forth. They meet as family and think that they are fooling the public. But the Creator will not be mocked and his people will not be fooled. Why? Because they have the priesthood. So here is a scene right here in which Larry Wheels meets with his brother Sergio Oliva Jr. and they talk about bodybuilding. If you watch this particular segment, you can go to Larry Wheels' channel right here, and maybe before they get to watch this video, they would not remove it. You will watch, and if you're paying attention, you will see how they talk in code to show you that they are siblings. Because at one point in time in this video, Sergio Oliva Jr. will say to Larry Wheels, we have the same muscle bellies. We have the same muscles. Why would they say such a thing? because they're trying to make you understand, for those who are in the know, the people, the other elites, okay, the descendants of the kings, who will know that these are brothers, but the public will not know because they do not understand free Masonic speech. Because the public have been fooled. Why? Because they seek not truth and righteousness, but they seek their own bellies.
Can you come I want to know. Say you not go love, say you not go love another baby. Can you come closer? Can you come I want to know. Say you not go love, say you not go love.
So this is the picture of Sergio Oliva right here, and his children, his sons, the ones that you publicly know today because he has a slew of them. But the ones that is publicly not known to be Sergio Oliva's children, because they all bear different names. Phil Heath, Larry Wills, and the only one who bears his name here is called Sergio Oliva Jr. But I want you to take a look at the genetic resemblance. You will all see that these are his children, because Sergio Oliva here loved demon females, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow a tail. That is why his children all look this way, because he was Cuban. So the elites go through great lengths to hide their identity so that they can be in plain sight, and the public will not know who they are, and they continue to oppress you day and night, making you believe in this false system through the rags and riches story, which they have made the public to believe that you can work hard and get the kind of wealth that they do, instead of fact that they have stolen wealth and prevented the public from progressing so that they will not be equal to them, so that you can always go to them and bow down and call them sir, when the Creator said you should bow to no man and have no trust in a human being. But the stupid, wicked public have trust in men and kings, and they all deserve what they are getting right now. So back on Phil Heath's page, who is a Sergio Oliva descendant, we want to read to you stuff about his family, on how the elite hide themselves so that the public will have no idea of who they are. They will continue to believe in the rags and riches stories that these people through hard work got to where they were, instead of the fact that they got it by inheritance. Because Sergio Oliva was one of the pioneers of the Olympia, because he won the second Mr. Olympia. And so his descendants in Phil Heath here, and also his brother in Dexter Jackson, all got to be winners of the Olympia by inheritance, not through hard work. Because they did not deserve to win it, because they did not look as good as the other competitors out there who would have won, but they cannot win because why? They are not descendants of a king. So reading and scrolling down, he says, early life. Phil Jared Heath was born in Seattle, Washington, On December 18, 1979, he attended Rainier Beach High School in Seattle, where he was team captain and shooting guard on the varsity basketball team. He attended the University of Denver on an athletic scholarship. You see the rags and riches story there? Scholarship. They don't want you to know that he's a descendant of the king. So they always have to tell you these kind of stories. Majoring in business administration while playing shooting guard for the university's Division I basketball team. Now, in that early life of Phil Gerard Heath, did you see any mention of his parents? Because they do not want you to know that the kings, the elites, breed themselves into all positions of power and influence so that they can always be king, having rulership over the public by acting as gatekeepers so the public can never progress and come into a place of position and power and influence to remove them so that they can always be worshipped as God. This is the scam that the elites have pranked you, and now you know. Let's continue on.
Ocho meta ni malo, no meta ni mate, se, kana minimal. Ish, oya go down low, sherry vase baraje.
So we want to show the Oriental peoples that they are not free of this debauchery. Oriental peoples are people of Chinese, Japanese, Korean, and Mongolian ancestry. They are not people from Southeast Asia, which means they are not Thai or Vietnamese who are mixed with animals mostly, in which their primary origin comes from the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails. People of Oriental descent are people from Japan, China, Korea, and Mongolia. People from Southeast Asia are not Oriental, but they do have Oriental influences. Because if you look at a place like Thai, in the Thai language, Thai is used as a reference to free man or being, but not human being. Why? Because in Thailand, the original settlers of that area were not human beings. Now, why would the Thai people or the Thai language have that kind of word? Because there was a distinction between humans and imps, animals. Anybody with straight hair who grow tails who are not human, but human-like because they have mixed and crossbred with black people to look the way they look today. In all the non-black people around the world who are not of Oriental descent, not from China, Japan, Korea, and Mongolia. So we want to show you this example so you do understand that people of Southeast Asia are not really Oriental. They have Oriental influence, but their origin is not of Japan, China, Korea, and Mongolia.
Ocho meta ni malo, no meta ni mate, se, kana minimal. Ish, oya go down low, sherry vase baraje.
We're reading from the article on Thailand for you to see how the words are used to differentiate the fact that there were people or human beings and that there were animals, imps, walking on all fours with 3 fingers and 3 toes, having 4 covered from head to toe with a tail, which is the primal origin of everybody who is not black today that is not oriental. So as we're reading here, it says Thailand, because please pay special attention. We're going to read this so you understand it, because the elite, the kings of the earth, always mix up things with lies. They will tell you the truth and tell you a lie at the same damn time in double speech, because English gives them the ability to do so. So reading here, it says Thailand, officially the kingdom of Thailand, was formerly known as the exonym Siam. So if you ever watch old World War movies, you will always hear of the country Siam. All right. You've probably heard of the word Siamese twins, in which twins are conjoined together. Where did this come from? It came from this area of Southeast Asia, because human beings in black people who were also oriental mixed more with imps, the very literal children of Satan, who have 3 fingers and 3 toes, were covered in fur from head to toe with a tail, which everybody who is not black still grows a tail till today, because they are not human beings. If not for the elite poisoning us with inbred food, folic acid, and fluorine in everything, everybody who is not black and who is not oriental, somebody of Japanese, Chinese, Korean, and Mongolian descent, they would all grow long tails, and you would see that all these people that you worship in the so-called white man, doesn't matter what name they come in, whether Mexicans, the false Europeans, or the people that are in Asia or the Middle East, in India, in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, as long as they are not black or oriental. Oriental meaning that they come from China, Japan, Korea, and Mongolia. They would all grow tails. And you would know that these are animals. They are not human beings. They are human-like. So that's what we're trying to show you here by reading this article. So pay attention. Let's continue on. The article goes on to say, Thailand, officially the kingdom of Thailand, was formerly known as the exonym Siam. And as we explained, if you ever watch old World War movies, you would have heard of Siam and Siamese. This is where the origin of the word comes from. It goes on to say, by outsiders prior to 1949. According to George Coates, the word Thai, pay attention, means free man in the Thai language. I want you to hear the words. The word Thai, where you have Thailand from, means free man in the Thai language. Let's keep on reading. It says, differentiating the Thai from the natives encompassed in Thai society as serfs. So there was a distinguishing word in which the Orientals distinguished themselves from imps. This is what he's trying to tell you. But pay close attention. We're going to read and you see that. It goes on to say, according to Chit Fumisak, Thai simply means people. Okay? It does not mean human being, because already they told you right here already that Thai means free man. It did not say human being. Free man, people. But now they're trying to confuse you. Let's keep on reading now and we clear up the confusion so you see what's going on. So it goes on to say, Thai simply means people. Please pay attention. It does not mean human being as is written here, because it's already told you that it means free man. It didn't say human being. It just added human being here to confuse you. Now, continuing, it says, his investigation shows that some rural areas use the word Thai instead of the usual Thai word corn for people. So you see how they tell you the truth and tell you the lie at the same time. Because they're trying to make you understand right here that the usual word, okay, for people is corn. Okay? So what I tried to confuse you right here. The word Thai means free man. It does not mean human being. The word corn is the word used for people. But what did the elites of this region do? They tried to mix up the words so people would not understand the meaning, because the word Thai there just means free man. It does not mean human being or people. They already told you that. But let's continue reading so you see the trickery now. It goes on to say, according to Michel Felus, the ethnonyms Thai, Tai, or Tete would have evolved from the etymon Keri, human being. So, do you see the lie there? Because when people will read, they will read through and not understand. An ethnonym means a made-up word. It did not originally exist in the vocabulary of the Orientals who went to Southeast Asia and mixed with the Ammonites of Scripture, who were imps, who were walking around on 3 fingers and 3 toes with a tail, to produce the people of Southeast Asia, who today look kind of Oriental, but they are not Oriental because they are a mixed breed of people. They are no longer Oriental. That is what therefore gives the people of Southeast Asia, they want to look Oriental, but they don't look Oriental. Because why? Because the Orientals mixed with animals who had 3 fingers and 3 toes, walked around on all 4s to look human, who grow a tail. So people of Southeast Asia are not human beings. They look human-like. So when you're in that area of Southeast Asia, you're not in China, you're not in Korea, you're not in Japan, you're not in Mongolia. The rest of the people who want to look Oriental-like are really not Oriental. So before we continue with that explanation, we just want to show you that an ethnonym is a made-up word. A made-up word applied to a people. So for example, the Yoruba people call themselves Yoruba, but Yoruba is an ethnonym. It is not a real word. It's a made-up word ascribed to people who speak a mutually intelligible type of language, which means the language sounds similar from all speakers, but it's not the same. So they just ascribe a name to it and say Yoruba. But the people never identified themselves as Yoruba because it's a made-up word. It's just like the Igbo people, which is properly pronounced in English Igbo. The Igbo word or Igbo name is an ethnonym. The Igbos never describe themselves as Igbos or Igbo, because the Igbo ethnonym is a made-up word recently. So we go on to read here for you to understand what we're trying to say. Ethnonym. Definition of ethnonym: a name used to refer to an ethnic group, tribe, or people. The reindeer Koyak, closest to the Shuki, represented almost half of the Koyak population. Koyak is not a native ethnonym, so ethnonyms are created names. It's not a real name that the people identify with. They just create this name from nowhere and ascribe it, and it's usually done by outsiders. So that means the Yoruba people in Nigeria, an outsider gave them the name Yoruba, an influencer, an elite, who was most likely not of Yoruba origin, but they ascribed that name to them. The same with the Igbos or Igbo in the correct pronunciation. So continue reading. It says, Koyak is not a native ethnonym, but was created by the Russians. You see that? Created by the Russians from the root ko, meaning reindeer, originally as Korak. So an ethnonym is an ascribed name to an ethnic group by another person. And then the ethnic group now bears the name and they never question it. Why? Because before that can happen, it means that an outsider is ruling over an ethnicity. A colonizer is ruling over an ethnicity before he can ascribe a name to an ethnicity who never bore that name. Example in the word Yoruba and Igbo, they are ethnonyms. So there are so many ethnonyms in today's history that is ridiculous. Why? Because as a people, as an ethnicity, if you do not call yourselves by a certain name and you allow a colonizer or influencer to come into your ethnicity as a stranger and have powers over you, they will call you whatever name they want, and that's the name that you're going to bear. So, for example, the term African American is an ethnonym, a made-up name, because the blacks who were in North and South America did not call themselves African Americans. They gave themselves very distinctive names from where they came from. But because of all the crossbreeding together, they have lost touch with where they originally came from and can no longer be identified as what? By the ethnicity that they identified themselves when they came to North America or South America. So now the general word is used African American or Negro or black. Because why? You've lost your history. You don't know where you're from. Anybody who loves where they are from always goes home and maintains their history. So today, African Americans are not African.
Can you come closer? Can you come? I want to know. Say you not go low. Say you not go
So going back to show you that people of Southeast Asia who look Oriental are not really Oriental, but are a mix of Orientals with animals, imps. Anybody with straight hair who all grow tails if not for the folic acid and all the inbred food that we are fed. So we want to show you the reading of this article again so you can see how they try to lie to you. Reading, it says, according to Michelle Fellows, the ethnonyms Thai, Tai, or Te would have evolved from the etymon carry. Now, I want you to pay special attention to the word. How can the word carry here, which means human being, in the original dialect of Cantonese, Mandarin, whatever you want to call it, in which the Orientals who went to Southeast Asia defined themselves, how could this word carry have evolved to Thai or Te as they say here, and is an ethnonym? It means it's a lie. The influencers, the colonialists who colonized this area of Asia made up this word because there is nowhere that carry here, which means human being, can turn to Thai or Te to mean human being. It's two separate words, and they're bold enough to tell you it's an ethnonym, which means a made-up word, not the original word of the speakers of Oriental descent who lived in that island and separated themselves by calling themselves carry human being, okay, and conned people from the word which they now made up, Thai, meaning free man, which actually means a man who is not a human being. An imp, a demon, the literal children of Satan who grow tails and are called everything under the sun today, whom are not black or Oriental in descent, which means from Japan, China, Korea, and Mongolia. Anybody who is not from those places and is not black is not a human being. They are human-like. But because of all the inbred food and the numerous poisons fed to us by the elite to make these demons live among us, because If these demons were not to be able to live among humanity, humanity would not be able to be controlled. Why? Because they act as confusion. Everybody who is not black, who is not oriental, also in nature, from Japan, from China, from Korea, and Mongolia, they act as confusion because they are demons. Their very presence breathes fluorine into the atmosphere and causes interference, because for them to look human, they have to use so much fluorine to subdue the natural characteristics of the body, such that it does not grow the hair all over the body, the tail does not grow out, so you do not see that these are not human beings that you have been cohabiting with all your life for history without knowing. So wherever there is a presence of anybody who is not black or oriental in nature and descent, an albino, anybody with straight hair, it doesn't matter what name they come in, Mexican, Caucasian, European, Australian, they are all one and the same. They act as interference, as confusion in the area that they are in. Without that, the minds of all black people would be able to walk in unity, to understand who their enemy is in the elite. This is the reason why the elites made it a law and an order that an albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail, an imp, a literal child of Satan, must exist among black communities. It is for this reason that the Civil War happened in America, to settle them, because most blacks did not want them around. But that Civil War happened so that they could be settled, used to influence the black communities and black people worldwide, as they have done till today, because the presence of every albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail, acts as an interference in your community. And therefore, that is why we say that every black person who marries, procreates, or has children with a demon, an albino, anybody with straight who grows a tail, is complicit in the suffering of all black people worldwide. You cannot involve them in anything that you do. They cannot be trusted. And we already told you this in Legends of Roll Call. When an albino, an imp, a demon, a literal child of Satan speaks in their narrow nostrils and narrow airway passages, they numb your mind. They distort how your mind understands things, because they distort your senses, because they are trying to sing you a lullaby, sing your mind to sleep. That is why when black people are around demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, they cannot think properly, because their narrow airway passages and the fact that they breathe fluorine into the atmosphere in greater amounts. What does it do? As we've told you, fluorine makes your eyes not to see well. Fluorine makes your ears not to hear well. Fluorine makes your taste buds not to taste well. Fluorine makes your sense of smell not to be able to perceive smell well. Fluorine makes your body not to be able to touch and feel well. And when that happens, what happens to your mind? You lack understanding. It is for this reason that the elite, the kings of the earth, the descendants of the kings of the earth, made it a law to immigrate albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, who are imps by nature, started out with 3 fingers and 3 toes, and there are still some of them living in Southeast Asia today, which you will go and see, because the time for the revelation has come. They have 3 fingers and 3 toes, have a tail, have a face that resembles the face of a cow, with ears on top of their head, like the ears of an elf, or elf that you've seen in the movie Lord of the Rings. They made it a law and an order to make sure that anything that was required for human beings to do, that they would bring in imps, albinos, anybody with straight hair who still grow tails. If not for the folic acid and all the inbred food, their tails would grow. They would be covered in fine hair. And you will see that these are not human. But today you've been deceived. They made it a law and an order to make sure that they brought in these imps among black people worldwide. In the Orientals who were also black, the people of Japan, China, Korea, and Mongolia, they made it a law and an order. Why? Because they act as interference. They act as disuniters. They act as confusionists, which they have brought so much confusion into the world today. Because today, the albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow a tail, have stolen the identity of every single human being in this world. And they themselves don't even remember where they came from. As we told you on the Legends of Roll Call, when they arrived in North and South America in the 1850s. But today cannot even recall that they were shipped from India down into all the nations of the world. They have acted as an interference against the unity of black people. So black people will not see their enemy and recognize them to be the elites, the descendants of the kings of the earth, which you have seen their faces now. So with that, let's continue, because we wanted to make this story for the Orientals to know that they are also a part of it.
Ocho meta ni malo, no meta ni mate, se, kana mini malo. Ish, oya go down low, sherry vase baraje. Can you come this up? Can you come? I want to know. Say you not go love, say you not go love another baby. Can you come this up? Can you come?
Jackie Chan right here is an Oriental. He is of Chinese descent. And a lot of people don't know Jackie Chan's real name because everybody just thinks his real name is Jackie Chan. But as you can see right here, his real name is Fang Shilong. That's a typical Chinese or Mandarin or Cantonese, whatever you want to call it, name in the dialect of the people of the Orient, who are people of China, Japan, Korea, and Mongolia. So Jackie Chan right here, as you can read right here, says, was born on 7 April 1954 in British Hong Kong as Chang Kong Sang. Chang the Hong Kong born to Charles and Li Chan, refugees from the Chinese Civil War. Now, the story goes on to say his parents were so poor they had to borrow money from friends to pay the doctor. This is the same rags to riches story which they tell you. Because Jackie Chan is an elite, a descendant of a king. But they always have to make up these rags and riches stories for everyone to believe that the people in a sphere of influence and power actually come from being poor, so that poverty can be believed by the public to be a normality, instead of the fact that poverty is inflicted on the public by the elites. So let's read some more on Jackie Chan's history. It says his parents nicknamed him Pow Pow, Cannonball, because the energetic child was always rolling around. Now pay attention. His parents worked for the French ambassador in Hong Kong. What does that mean? If your parents are working for the ambassador in Hong Kong and you already know that the French are not natives or indigenes to China, in which Hong Kong is a part of the Chinese mainland, you have to understand this. Kings work with other kings. That's how it's always been. A king works with another king. That's how business has always been contracted amongst kings. So that is how people read the stories and do not understand what they're saying. They're literally telling you that Jackie Chan is royalty of China. Continue reading, it says, and Chan spent his formative years within the grounds of the consul's residence in the Victoria Peak District. Let's continue on now, because we want to show you that these lies of how the elites and the descendants of the kings spread their children, have several children. Their work is to breed, to make sure that they have children in every area and aspect of influence in our world, such that at any point in time, there is a descendant of the king in every city and area and aspect of influence who will exert the king's influence on the public and act as gatekeepers, not allowing real people who have real ability to break the ranks and not to take over the kings. And meanwhile, the public will act in subservience because they believe that the people in front of them came from them. That is the lie of democracy or elections. They make you believe that you choose the people that are in front of you, so you remain subject, subservience. You willfully allow your enslavement because you have been made to believe that you choose the people that you elect. Instead, the stupid damn public, haven't you seen it, that they use money to control you? Because before you can get into an election, you have to pay for that so-called party form of being an aspirant in an election, and go see how much it does cost. You have to raise money for your elections, to go around your wards or communities to tell them, okay, I am so and so and so. And meanwhile, this is not supposed to happen. Why? In a true election, the person is not supposed to go around introducing himself to the communities. The communities would have known him, known his father, known his mother, known his brothers and sisters, known his grandparents, known his great-grandparents, have done business for him such that he should not be walking around in the community trying to introduce himself. But this is how stupid the dumb, wicked public have been fooled to make themselves believe that they chose, that they have a hand in the people that they elect. So this is Jackie Chan's official storyline on his family. He's said to have 2 children by 2 different women, a boy and a girl. And the girl happens to be a homosexual. Her name is Eta MG, if that's the right word or right pronunciation from the name, you can go find out. So the official story is that Mr. Jackie Chan, who is an elite, a descendant of a king, of the kings of the earth, has only 2 children. But Jackie Chan has a slew of other children whose last names don't go by Chan. Same principle, different faces of how the kings of the earth relate and do stuff, all based on how David taught all the kings of the earth how to rule. Because people do not understand this. David also ruled the Orientals. People don't know real history. David ruled the whole world. The whole world. Jackie Chan has a slew of children and a slew of families from different women who are all married to him. Now, the question, as we will also ask at this particular point in time, is this. Do you think that Jackie Chan's official wife here, whom he said to have his first son with, does she know that Jackie Chan has several wives? Yes, she does. Is she complaining? Is she coming out to the world as the stupid black women of today's world do? Say, my man cheated. I don't need a cheating man. He cheated on me. And look at you all. Stupid black American women. 98% of you are either single with kids or no kids, divorced with kids or no kids, or you have children by 2-3 different baby daddies who are still alive. They are not dead, so you cannot say you're a widow. And you're still sitting down and saying, my man cheated on me. What? How can a whole nation of men in America be cheating only on black American women? And that's their excuse for being single, stupid, lazy, good for nothings? And your excuse is that you need a man all to myself. It's gotta be my man. But look at the elite here. They are not complaining. All the women who are married to all the elites we have shown you and they have children for them, none of them are complaining. You never hear them on the news say anything out of order. And you chicken with black American women have something to say about men. Black men. Curse be you all for bringing this level of oppression to humanity. Because people don't understand this. The reason why humanity is in this mess, if we want to hold someone responsible single-handedly, it's who? Is the black woman who has no respect for manhood, who has no respect for humanity. All because of a woman. That's why the women have to be taught again also from scriptures, as we've shown you throughout this whole entire video, on what it means to be a woman. It means working in the best interests of what benefits your family the most, instead of thinking of yourself only, as we have shown you in this video and on the Prelude series and on the Legends of Roll Call, that what it means to be righteous is to be able to think about things logically, arrive at a conclusion without feelings and emotions, and that you should follow through by acting on the conclusion that you have arrived at. Otherwise, anything else means that you're evil. Because today's women think about themselves only. Their little emotions and feelings. And emotions and feelings was not what the Creator made. Emotions and feelings comes from the fact that we now have a fleshy, mortal body. And that we are in pain. You're not supposed to think emotionally with your feelings. You're supposed to think logically with reasoning, with your five senses working correctly, free of influence of fluorine, which the elite give to you in greater amounts and doses that we can't even start to say it or explain how it's done in reality. But only those who will be privileged to have a copy of the shape of our world will know the whole truth. Anything else that we're explaining on these videos, no matter how good it is on our public YouTube videos, is all for the destruction of the wicked, their termination. So continuing right here, Jackie Chan's wife, official wife, knows that Jackie Chan has several children, and as with is the custom of the elites and the kings, the descendants of the kings, the junior Illuminati that we are presented to you at this particular point in time, those children all have different last names that we do not know and we will not recognize. And let's show you one of them in Jackie Chan's children. So here is Jackie Chan's child, unknown to the world. Her name is Amber Midthunder. If you've watched the new Predator movie that's on Hulu called Prey, spelled P-R-E-Y, Amber Midthunder here is the main protagonist of that movie. But they never told you that Amber Midthunder here is Jackie Chan's child. Why? The last name is Midthunder. Now, let's show you how they write these stories for the children of the elite, and people will just read through and it will not make any sense. Pay attention as we're going to read. It says, early life. Midthunder's father, David, is an actor and her mother, Angelique. That's all they mention, right? Because it's a fabricated family for Amber Midthunder, who's actually Jackie Chan's daughter. He goes on to say, Midthunder's father, David, is an actor and her mother, Angelique, is a casting director and stunt actor who met while working in the 1995 Japanese film East Meets West. So pay attention, right? They say that Midthunder's father, who's David, Amber Midthunder's father is David, and the mother is Angelique, were casting directors and stunt actor. So what they're saying is that David was an actor and the mother, Angelique, was a casting director and a stunt actor. Doesn't that sound similar? Because in so many several movies that Jackie Chan has acted, he has been a director as well as a stunt actor. Let's continue on. Okay, they said they met while working on an Oriental movie. Because when people read through this, they will see it. The movie is Oriental. Japanese theme. East meets West. It says it's Japanese. So the movie is done in what? It is done in Japan. It's a Japanese theme, in which most likely the actors are Japanese, speaking Japanese. But here is Amber's father, David, and mother, Angelique, directing a Japanese film. And they say that Amber Midthunder, she is an Assiniboine Native American. Oh my goodness. For the blacks of the world, when you hear that word Native American should is only applied to black people. Anybody else who says they are Native American or Indian American and they are not black, they are all from India. We already told you that. But let's continue reading. It says, she was born in Navajo Reserve of Shiprock, New Mexico, and eventually returned there after spending much of her childhood in Santa Fe, which she attended the Academy for Technology and the Classics, and her mother worked in a casting firm. This is all a lie, because they do not want you to understand that this girl that you're looking here, as you can see by the facial features, is not Native American in any way, shape, or form. She is Oriental, because she is a daughter of Jackie Chan. That is the reason for that bullshit story that they told you, that we just read to you. And here is the genetic resemblance of Amber Midthunder here, who is a daughter of Jackie Chan but goes by the last name Midthunder instead of Chan, because as it is customary with the elite, the kings and descendants of the kings of the earth, the child has to bear a different last names so that the public does not raise an eyebrow and wonder, why is it that only a Chan, Jackie Chan's descendants, always show up in movies, and meanwhile I, who have greater ability than all the elites that I see who are in the movies, who are superstars, I can get through the door. This is the reason why that they give their children different last names, to make them to appear to have come from the public, so that the public does not rise up against them for the scam that they have pulled over them, by barring the public's real ability and hard work and not allowing them to progress, because only the kings of the earth and the descendants of the kings of the earth are meant to have status in society, so that they remain kings and so that the public continues their voluntary enslavement. Because even though the public have been enslaved, they have willfully allowed themselves to be enslaved by the elite. Because if not so, every single human being in this world would rise up against the elite and demand why they have to pay the incredible amount of money they pay for their rent in all the countries of the world. They would demand why they would have to pay so much amount for education and not get a job. They would demand why that they have been dehumanized below animals, below an animal in the bush, and prestige has been given to these animals in albinos, anybody with straight hair, who grow tails, who are not of Oriental descent, of China or Japan or Mongolia or Korea. They would have demanded why they have to work slave jobs But you know why the public willfully has allowed their own enslavement by the elite, have willfully allowed their own oppression? Because the public is more wicked than the elite, because they are numerous. That is why. And now you know the truth. So therefore, you can see the genetic resemblance right here and see that Amber Midthunder, who has starred in so many movies, you can go take a look at the Wikipedia page, is a daughter and has the genetic resemblance of Jackie Chan because she is Jackie Chan's daughter. And the fake story that we read to you, that she's Native American, is all nonsense. As you're looking at right here, the facial features, the genetic features, shows you that she is Oriental. Let's continue on.
Ocho me está animando, no me está animando, se, gana minimalo, voy a go down low, Sherry va se para allá. Can you come this up? Can you come? I want to know. Say you not go love, say you not go love another baby. Can you come this up? Can you come? I want to know. Say you not go love, say you not go love. Araduko, imagine faraya. Araduko, orudije, yekoneka. Araduko, imagine faraya. Araduko, ekereka.
So right here, we are in the Transvestigation era. We don't have to walk you through how to identify a man or a woman. We've already done that on several videos. It's very easy. All you need to know is that the bone structure tells you if you're male or female. We've already told you that for females, a female will always have hips below the crotch. A male will always have a hips above the crotch. So it's very easy to identify a man or a woman. As we've always said, if you miss using the back, because usually a woman always has an arch in her back, and you do not have the right pictures, you can never miss the hips below the crotch, and you can never also miss that the arms of a woman will always follow the shape of her body, her curvaceous figure, and will not hang outside. The arms of a woman will never hang outside the body as men's arms hang outside the body from the shoulders. So first, on a transgender short transvestigation that we're going to do on this particular video is a man known as Vanderwaalt. His real name is Zinni Vanderwaalt. He says, because it's actually he and not a she, that he is South African. I really wonder, because I don't know why there is no longer apartheid, which was brought into South Africa by the South African elite. Such a person as Nelson Mandela. The whole thing of apartheid in South Africa was a farce from start to bottom. The European kings and the African kings, together, of which Nelson Mandela came by, his great forefathers brought these demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, into South Africa and gave them lands. And they oppressed South Africans until when South Africans rose up and said they had had enough. And when they knew that they would be discovered, the elites of South Africa, whom are black, not albinos, anybody with straight hair, when they figured out that if they allow the revolution, the revolt of South Africans to win without them controlling it, that sooner or later that the South African population would gang up against the elite in South Africa. So they had to do what? They had to subvert that revolution and create a false hero in Nelson Mandela, who is a descendant of the king, the descendant of the very kings of the earth, who brought these demons, albinos like Zinni Vanderwaalt here to become South Africa in Africa. And today, even though they have a South African or a black man in president, the principles are still being continued that they were doing using an albino, anybody with straight hair, as the face of the enslavement of African people in South Africa. The South African Revolution was one of the revolutions which almost succeeded by black people. But do you know the mistake that the South Africans made? As with always all black people make, they allowed themselves to be subverted by the very people who enslaved them, using albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, as a cover in their own kings, of which Nelson Mandela is descended from, of which Barack Obama is truly descended from also. That is why we tell you that the world does not need any leaders. Do not make any leaders for yourself. You do not need them. Do not make any person of influence. Do not make anybody to be somebody that you look up to. All you need is truth and righteousness. If everybody was to do truth and righteousness, they would have unity. You do not require a leader, because you would all be united and you would have one voice and one mind. So the South African Revolution would have been the first black revolution that ever succeeded, but they allowed themselves to be subverted by the idea of leadership. And because the black elites, the black kings of South Africa knew that if they allowed the revolution to succeed on its own, that they would run them out. So they had to hijack it and imposed Nelson Mandela, who is a descendant of the kings of the earth, who brought these demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, into Africa, and used them as the cover to lie to Africans that these are the ones bringing all the technological advancements and everything that they did, that they are using and that they are enjoying. Miseducation of the black mind. So we notice Zinni Vanderwaalt here, a demon, an albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail, the very literal children of Satan, if not for all the poisons which the elite and the descendants of the elite, the descendants of the kings of the earth, at this point that we're presenting to you, the junior Illuminati, are feeding all black people and everybody around the world to make these demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow a tail, look human. The whole world would see. But as we've told you, what is the primary reason that the elite, the kings of the earth, brought in the white man, the demon, the albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail, into black communities? You know now that it is because of what? They cause confusion, they cause interference to the proper thinking and sight of the black community, so that they do not see that the people who are oppressing them are their very kings and descendants of their kings, the chiefs who are right before them, who sow their children into every area and aspect of the black community as leaders, but they all go by different names and they subvert and oppress and kill and slaughter the black community. And meanwhile, the black people never rise up against them, because why? They have been lied to believe that the people who are in leadership positions in every sphere and aspect of their life, that they chose them, rather that they use the black community to make them believe that they choose the people who rule over them, because they make up the lies about the identities of the people who rule them and use money to put them in office. And the black community never argues against money because we've been told the lies of how money is made. So they think that poverty is a normality, instead that it is inflicted on them by their kings and their rulers. He, Zinni Vanderwaalt, competes in the female division. This is how sickening the elite and the descendants of the elite are to black people worldwide. First of all, they make a demon, an albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail, who's not even human. They bring them into South Africa, into the black land, into black communities, right? Then on top of that, they make this demon to compete in a female division that a black person, a black female is supposed to compete in. They give it to an animal. That means by that action, they are saying that the black man, the black woman is less than an animal, is less than a monkey, an elephant. This is how wicked the black elites are. On top of that, they lie to you day and night. That the discovery of everything, the technological advancements are all made by demons, an albino, an animal with a tail. This is how wicked the black elites are. They have killed and slaughtered black people all over the world with no mercy. But their time now has also arrived. But that is dependent on what all black people in the world do, which starts with growing their own food. Because as we promised the elite, if they did not concede to our demands, in 2 years, those text messages will go out. Their names and addresses of their children, their wives, their grandparents, their great-grandparents, if any are alive, will go out in text messages worldwide to everybody who has a cell phone when the blacks of the world are ready, so that evil can be removed. The kings, the elites, the people who are oppressing and suppressing humanity, and everybody who supports them will be rooted out if the blacks of the world are ready by growing their own food from here on out till 2024. But continuing on here, Zinni Vanderwaalt is by no means a female. This is a man competing in the female division for South Africa, for a country that belongs to black, which no animal should have a say in or live among. They should all go back to their country of origin, which is India. All of them. They do not belong in any country except India. Saudi Arabia was never owned by demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair. They were owned by Africans, whom today live in Africa and forget that their primary home was Saudi Arabia because they immigrated by the action of the kings of those areas, who today are the ones speaking the most about the Organization of African Unity, the false Organization of African Unity. But Zinni Vanderwaalt here competed in the Commonwealth Games. And we noticed that because it was very unique, because once we see a demon excelling in athletics, we always know something is off, because we know historically, based on facts and everything that we see, that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails makes the worst athlete. So when they succeed, we know that something is wrong. It's rigged for them to succeed, or they are competing in a division in which they are not the gender they claim, such as Zinni Vanderwaalt here, who competed in the last recently concluded Commonwealth Games. And when we say Commonwealth Games here, you have to understand something. The senior elites, the real kings, which we have not mentioned any of their names on this video, they are the ones who own the Commonwealth countries and sit in their little pretty houses, they are also very little men, thinking that they can project fear and control to the world and to the remnant. They have no idea what's coming. But for Zinni Vanderwaalt here, we just want you to know that this is a man and not a female running in female athletic division for South Africa. You can see the straight up and down torso all the way into the groin, and you can see that the hips right here is above the crotch. Crotch right here, hips above the crotch, because Zinni Vanderwaalt is 100% male and not a female in any way, shape, or form. And here's another picture of Zinni Vanderwaalt, 100% male. Straight up and down torso all the way right here, and the hips are above the crotch, not below it, because Zinni Vanderwaalt, an animal with a tail, if not all for the folic acid, the poisonous food, and the fluorine fed to us, you would see that this is an animal and would have a huge long tail, because their father is Satan, who's an animal and grows a tail. And the elite, the descendants of the kings, and the kings worship an animal. That is why they put prestige on animals such as Zinni Vanderwaalt and all the animals in the world who are albinos, anybody with straight hair, who all grow tails, over humanity, over black people, because they worship an animal, which is Satan, because Satan is an animal. That is why they give prestige to animals more than humanity, because Satan has become their God, the one whom they say is the provider of everything for them. So next up on a transgender check is also a false South African known as Elon Musk, the one who's selling you the idea of Neuralink, which is supposed to be the artificial intelligence chip, because the elite, the kings and descendants of the kings of the earth who are black, are working day and night trying to make sure that they can make black people to receive this artificial intelligence chip so that they can sleep home at night and be safe from all the wickedness that they have done. Because these kings, these descendants of the kings of the earth, they have so much money. They freely print money out of a machine. And the blacks of the world do not know this. They could have afforded to make peace with all black people and pay them what's their due. But why do they need to keep oppressing black people? Because, as we have told you, the kings and descendants of the kings of the earth of black people, of Africans, they have been oppressing black people for donkey years, right from the time of Nimrod up till now. And do you know what has happened all the time they have oppressed black people? They have always gotten away with their oppression. But do you know something which people do not understand? The way natural order is set up in this world. When you keep pushing upon something, let's say, for example, you have a balloon, okay? A balloon is supposed to take maybe, let's say, 80% of air. And you try to force feed it more than that. After 80% and above of air in that balloon, it will break. So the elite do not understand natural order. When you try to make something to be what it is not, it will always react back. It wants to go back to its natural state. That is what is happening here. They have oppressed black people right from inception, and they have gotten away. Why? Because the pressure was not full, but the pressure is now full, and so it has to break, and there has to be a reaction. So this is not one of those times in which the elites have always oppressed black people and black people forget. This is not one of those times, because they think, as they always do, because, for example, right now, a lot of people are going about their normal lives and they totally forget that COVID-19 existed, because now they've given people the leeway not to use masks anymore. So people forget. But do you know why in this time and era that's not going to happen? The earth is heating up. The fluorine, which distorts the physical acuities and acuities of the black person's senses, is being destroyed. So at this particular time in history, when they oppress black people are not going to forget. They are going to react. They did show them a tad bit of it, of what happened in a West African country sometime in 2020, when they shut down that whole African country and did not allow them to bring in any food from the so-called borders which they depended on. And they made them sit down at home for a month without being able to go to work or farm or go to the market, and they refused to give them palliatives. They refused to give them what they said that they would give them so they would endure the COVID-19 lockdown, which was not the same in any other country around the world, but only in this specific African country. So when the elites oppress black people this time around, it will not be forgotten, because the only way that the kings and the descendants of the kings can be kings is for them to oppress society, to subject society to them, because they believe that the public cannot be equals to them. The genetics of the kings and descendants of the kings can never change. They have to lie, steal, kill, oppress to be kings. So they will continue on. And they've dug a pit for themselves and set themselves in the path of destruction. Because at this particular time, all black revolutions are not going to be the same. Why? It has been hijacked by the priesthood. Because now the elites have to be targeted. The kings and descendants of the kings of the earth who are black have to be targeted, and they have to be terminated. So Elon Musk here claims to be South African, but he is by no means South African. Everybody who is not black or oriental, in coming from Japan, China, Korea, or Mongolia, are all from India. This is their native origin, India and Southeast Asia. They don't belong anywhere. They are not Europeans. They are not South Americans. They are not American. They are not Africans. They are from India and Southeast Asia. So Elon Musk here is not South African. That is what the kings, the descendants of the kings of the earth, for example, in Nelson Mandela, made these animals, albinos, anybody with straight, who all grow tails, to make us believe that they are from anywhere else, so that they can serve as confusion, as interference to the normal thinking process of a black people, so that black people could be ruled by what divisions, disunity, and interference, because they cannot think properly when they have an albino, anybody with straight hair, right around their vicinity. So as you can see right here, Elon Musk is a straight up female. You see, the arms follow the contours of the body, all right? And the Q angle, the hips, is below the crotch. But she has hit for a very long time because why? The elite, the descendants of the kings of the earth, made it possible for her to be able to hide, to use albinos, anybody with straight who grow tails, to deceive black people that they are the ones with all the technological advancements in the world, so that black people can continue to accept their oppression and dehumanization by the kings and descendants of the kings of the earth. So Elon Musk here is a straight up female. You can see that the hips, right, start spreading right above the belly button as a woman's hips naturally is, and spreads and gets wider and wider and wider and wider until it ends below the crotch. As you can see, this curvaceous figure that Elon Musk has, because Elon Musk is 100% female and not a man in any way, shape, or form. And here is Elon Musk again. You can see the hourglass figure, the spreading of the hips, the waistline, which is above the navel of a female, spreads wider and wider into an hourglass figure because Elon Musk is 100% female and not a man in any way, shape, or form. So the time has come for all shadow boxing by the blacks of the world who have been oppressed, killed, dehumanized below animals, every type of animal, whether they be albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails who are animals, and all the animals in the world. Black people have been far oppressed and dehumanized below that, killed at will, because as we've told you, everything that the kings and the descendants of the kings of the earth, the junior Illuminati, which we have presented to you at this particular point in time, is targeted only at black folk. That is their target, not animals. Anybody with straight hair who grow tails, their target is black folk, because for them to be king, they need to subjugate their population, their constituency, which happens to be black folk. That is why the black people of the world have been so antagonized for no reason, for just being human. Because the elites, the descendants of the kings of the earth, say that their father is Satan, who is an animal. So they are always going to be at war with humanity, who know that their father is the creator. There's always going to be enmity. Just like the creator had said in the book of Genesis, there'll always be enmity between the seed of what? The seed of the woman and the seed of Satan. The children of Satan will always have enmity against the children of the Creator, which are humans. And at this particular point in time, the only people that we can be certain of are those who do righteousness. So all shadow boxing has to end. Blacks, when you do your revelation, you are not to target public property no more. You are not to destroy public or private property. You are to target the elites, because they are the reason for all your suffering, pain. They have lied to you in every way, shape, or form. But now you must know who they are. Your fight is against flesh and blood, is not against any spirit or metaphysical mind, which cannot do anything except you allow them to influence you. Your struggle is against flesh and blood. The reason why all black revolutions have always failed is because you do not grow your own food. You're not going to be able to target and terminate the elite, the kings and descendants of the kings of the earth, who come in your chiefs, your kings, your celebrities, your politicians, your influencers of society. You're not going to be able to target them and terminate them if you do not grow your own food. This is the number one reason why all black revolutions have failed. And the elite do not worry about whatever you do, because they know that when the hunger sets in, you will stop. You will come back to them to make terms of agreement instead of targeting them. You have to know who your enemy is. You cannot allow any demon, albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail, who is not oriental, of China, Japan, Korea, and Mongolia, to be part of your revolution. I'm not saying that you should include any oriental in your revolutions, but they are not your problem. That is what we are saying. So no need going after something that's not your problem. But do not include anybody who is an albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail, who is not of oriental descent, of China, Japan, Korea, and Mongolia. Do not include anybody who is black, who is married to and has children from a demon, an albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail. They will bring your revolution down, because the idea of bringing albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow a tail, into the black communities worldwide was to make sure that they act as what? Snitches, interference. Their mere presence in your community causes an interference. Because if you've ever been a black person, when an albino, anybody with straight hair talks to you, it seems like you lose your mind. You cannot think straight. Why? Because they breathe fluorine into the atmosphere, and then their narrow nostrils dull your senses to sleep. That is the reason why they brought them into the black communities worldwide, to act as that interference to confuse black people, so that the descendants of the kings of the earth and the kings of the earth who rule over black people will not be targeted, will not be seen as the people who are doing all the oppression and killing of humanity, but will sit in their little pretty houses and tell you other stories, and you believe. Why do you believe those stories? It is because of the interference which they brought in through everybody who is an albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail, who is not oriental. That is the reason why. So you can't include anybody, any black person who is married and has children, procreated with a demon, an albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail, the literal children of Satan. They would all show those tails and features, but now they will show it because the destruction of fluorine is rapidly occurring in the earth. So do not include anybody. That's why we have to keep repeating it, because when you do, your revolution will fail. You will go back to the status quo of being subjected to these kings who hate the public. Their hate is for black people, because they know that if they do not subjugate their black communities, that they can never be kings and lord it over you in rulership, because you do not need them. They make themselves relevant because they lie to you about everything, so that they could be the only ones who have the knowledge and rule over you. That is why they say knowledge is power, and now we are giving you the knowledge. So the kings and the descendants of the kings of the earth have lied to you about their identity. They have made you to believe, as a black person or as the public, that you have a hand in the people that you elect into office, when you have no idea about who they are. They put their children in every area and aspect of influence with a different name. So they continue to be the ones ruling over you by their children and relatives who are in their positions of power, not by hard work. They steal your hard work from you by acting as gatekeepers, so that real ability, people who have a clear, sound mind, cannot be the people who will tell the public what to do for those who are not thinking straight, because they do not want you to ever be free from the enslavement which you have willfully allowed by the lies they have told you, because you have believed that someone can take care of you instead of you taking care of yourself, and being united with people of the same mind to take care of yourself. You all say, let's go to the government. You can do it on your own. All it takes is unity. Everything that the government says that they provide for you is not a provision. They are making sure that you stay in subservience as a slave. They are the ones causing all the problems, and they are the ones offering the so-called solutions to you. Because they know as long as they do that, that you will willfully accept your slavery to them and your subservience. So all shadow boxing from now henceforth must end. Your revolution is not complete if you do not target an elite, a king, a descendant of a king, a chief, a celebrity, a superstar, a person of influence, your president, your governor, your city council mayor, your senator, your house of representative, your chairman. These are the rulers, because they reside in the high places of rulership in the world. If you do not target and terminate them, their wives, their children, their grandparents, their great-grandparents, you will never have peace, and all your shadow boxing will still continue to be shadow boxing with no effectiveness. You're not only going to target and eliminate the kings of your country, the chiefs of your country, your politicians, which include your president, vice president, leaders of Senate, senators, House of Representatives, city council mayors, chairmen, governors, vice governors, deputy governors. You're also going to target anybody who sings their praises and supports them. Anybody who supports any of the elite, you're also going to target them, because they are the people making it possible for your oppression to be successful. The unwanted and merciless killing of black people worldwide. Do not be deceived anymore. Your celebrities are kings and descendants of the kings of the earth. That is why if you go on your news feed, let's scroll through some news feed here to show you. You will see that the news feeds are about celebrities. If they wipe their nose or fart or wipe their butt, it is told to you on the news. Why? Because they are descendants of the kings of the earth. That is the reason why they sang in this song called USA for Africa, We Are the World. They said literally in the line of that song, we are the children. What does that mean? Let's show you that. The song here was called USA for Africa, We Are the World. It was sung by a group of United States celebrities and celebrities across the world. They're saying that they were singing the song to raise some money for the drought or poverty or famine that was happening in Africa at that particular point in time, which was 1985. In the lyric of the song, they said, we are the children. What do you understand by that? Let's show you the lyrics. In the chorus of the song called We Are the World, sung by USA for Africa celebrities, it said here in a certain line, we are the world, we are the children. What does this mean? Because people do not understand that these people write in code who they are. This line here, we are the children, literally meant that they are children. They are the children of the kings of this earth. And as we've told you, you know the history of America now. America was built by the African and European kings to crossbreed and produce a single president who will be the president of the whole entire world, who will have all the bloodlines of all the kings. That is what this line meant in the song. We are the world. We are the children, meaning we are the children of the descendants of the kings of the earth, in which they presented to you in the song, We Are the World, USA for Africa. No longer should you be deceived as a black person. No more shadow boxing. You have now known who are the people ruling you. Kings and descendants of the kings, who are celebrities, and the kings and descendants of the kings in every nation, the chiefs, the politicians, the influencers of your world, the leaders of society. They are all descendants of the kings of the earth. And today, you know the junior descendant, the junior Illuminati. But for the senior ones, they should have an idea of what's coming. And we leave you with these words: no more shadow boxing. Black people worldwide, grow your own food. Be prepared. The time has come.
And the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet, that wrought miracles before him, with which he deceived them that had received the mark of the beasts, and them that worshipped his image. These both were cast alive into a lake of fire, burning with brimstone. And Satan, the devil, the evil, the wickedness, the lying, the organized mind that lies and deceives the nation, that deceived them that was cast into the lake of fire in the kingdom of this world. The lake of fire, which burneth with brimstone, which is the lava and volcanic explosions that you see everywhere, where the beasts and the false prophet, the world president, worshipped and endeared by the public today, even though not knowing that this is their false prophet and world president, and shall be tormented day and night forever and ever in the lake of fire that burns, and they will not be consumed, but will burn for all eternity. And this, every lineage of the false prophets of the world president believe. And they say it openly, that they do not believe that the Creator can make you burn in a lake of fire for all eternity, for free will that they gave you. But in their minds, they know that the free will that they're talking about is the free will to do evil and wickedness upon humanity.